Hello, everybody. So at this time, we'll go ahead and bring this meeting to order. This is getting ready for our closed session portion of our agenda. And at this time, we'll open up for public comment on any items specifically related to item 1 or item 2 of our closed session report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for those items. It looks like we have one attendee, but if you would like to speak on this item, Mr. McDaniel, you can use the raise hand option at the bottom of your screen.
All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment for these two closed session items. And we in the City Council will adjourn to closed session, and we will come back at 5 a.m. We'll see you then. Thank you. All right, let's see. It is 5 o'clock, and this is the first time we've started our meeting at 5 o'clock, and this is a new process for us. And so I look forward to it. There's a few changes in our agenda if people who visit us on a regular basis will probably note. So it might be a little awkward at first, a few things because of our timing. We do have public comment at a time certain, which is something new for us, and that is at 6 o'clock. And so we might be moving our agenda around a little bit. None of the important stuff, but I take that back. All of it's important, but none of the stuff that a lot of people are here for today. So just so you know that we have a time certain at 6 o'clock for our public comment on things not related to the agenda. So that's everything else that may not be on our agenda for tonight. So with that, I'll go ahead and bring this meeting to order. It is 5:01, and order this meeting order to City of Placerville City Council meeting. And if you would all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all.
All right. Thank you very much. And Ms. O'Connell, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Borelli?
Here.
Councilmember No?
Here.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Here.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Mayor Thomas?
I am here. Thank you very much. And we have no ceremonial manners. And if Mr. Driscoll, if you could please give a report out of our actions taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council did not take reportable action in closed session tonight.
Thank you very much. Nothing happened. All right. If I could get a motion to adopt the agenda, please.
Move for adoption.
Second.
Second, got a first and second. If we can get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No?
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye. All right. Announcements and presentations to the public. Only item on this right now is brief comments from the council, and please, we have a little bit of time, so please share what you've been up to. Let's go with Patty.
You know, I'm gonna, we have been literally filled with Zoom meetings and meetings concerning items that are on the agenda tonight, but I want to take my time, and maybe somebody else had this planned. If you did, I'm sorry, but I'm stepping on your toes. But I just want to remember our wonderful person that we lost, that meant a great deal, and that's Mr. Bob Smart.
Yeah.
He was so active in the community, and he did so much for us. And I just want to say what a true friend he was to the community, to us, and everyone who knew him. And I just want to pay tribute to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. And he was very instrumental in quite a few projects around our community. Would you
Right.
like our bike paths? And our ride to work,
Walk to school.
walk to school, not
Mhm.
ride to work. A lot of it to do with the bike path and biking and the pedestrian facilities that we have today. He's very instrumental in that. from what I
And
know.
you know, he did it all with just such calms, and he was never confrontational. And he just he was not one of those people that complained and then, you know, didn't follow through. He always came up with a suggestion. You know, if he had an idea, he brought it forth. He was very much a presence at our transportation meetings, and I know Jackie had affiliations with him through the trails. He was instrumental in that, and he was just a wonderful man, and he certainly will be missed.
Thank you, Patty. Michael.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. I attended the workshop for Pioneer Community Energy. So sort of our onboarding, if you will. It was a couple hours. It was really good to kind of get a better sense of everything that's been going on there, some of the legislation that's been happening in Sacramento that affects these community choice aggregates, and just learning a little bit more. So that was very helpful for my end. And then again, I'll follow Patty in the sense that if I steal anyone's thunder here, but I just want to thank our Placerville PD as well as El Dorado County Fire for the work they've done over the past couple of weeks with some fires and other issues that have popped up throughout the city that they've handled extremely well. I know we had a fire at the Wells Fargo on Broadway, and then the fire close to where Patty and I live behind the county health building in a homeless shelter. That, and these things have happened a lot in other. I mean, there unfortunately some of these things are happening without making the news. These got a little bit more attention, but you know, just their ability to go out there, get those things done, and it keeps bringing the attention to us about the need for long-term solutions when it comes to homelessness, and the fact that at any time, you know, we could have a paradise type incident here in Placerville. And so their watchful eye and getting on top of things quickly is hugely important. But it just underscores, especially with the drought again this year, you know, we got less than 50% of what our average water is. We're going to have, you know, this could be a very dicey fire season coming up upon us. I know, you know, everyone's doing the best that they can. We're going to have to do even more than that, I think, as we prepare for fire season to come along. And then lastly, I just want to thank staff as well with I'm sure the mayor will have more to say on this, but on the water break on Benham, you know, it was, I saw a 12-inch pipe and I was like, oh, that's nothing small.
That's a big one.
And then I was in Sacramento that day. I didn't get a chance to get here till about 10:30 at night. And Dave and Rebecca were both out there still supervising everything. And I got to give all the, you know, to Nick and his guys and to the Veer camps for coming out there. I mean, I'm sure you've all driven by there now. It looks great. It doesn't look like we had, you know, 6 inches of the concrete come up with water pressure. They did a fantastic job and kept the damage to a minimum through that area and got it going right away. So just kudos to everybody around town. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Councilmember No.
I think my previous council members pretty much covered what was on my list. Time to be very thankful. Bob Smart, Bill Krim, we lost them both this past year, and we're so instrumental in the pedestrian and bicycle paths we have now, and everybody working so hard with the fires and the water main breaks. Just thankful to everybody.
Thank you, Jackie. Vice Mayor Taylor. You're muted. You're muted, Kara.
Starting off the meeting right.
Yes.
A lot of my comments have already been covered, but just a couple more things. I enjoyed working on the history presentation with Council Member Borelli, City Manager Cleve Morris, and our IT Director Jason Tanger. And I just wanted to thank all of those people that volunteered their time for this presentation. And I hope that the public had an opportunity to see it. If not, it's posted on YouTube and you can check it out at your leisure. And then one of the special meetings that we had last week regarded the creation of a joint public safety building with Placerville Police Department and El Dorado County Fire. And this is going to be a big project. It's going to be a heavy lift. And it's just something that there is a huge need for. And at the beginning of this meeting, we saw presentations by Chief Wren and Chief Cordero that were really eye-opening and kind of covered the current state that our police officers and firefighters are working in these really outdated facilities. And I want to encourage the public to check out the beginning of that meeting, and so that they can see kind of what the state of these facilities are. And this is something that the city is committed to working towards, and it's going to be coming up in the future. So, oh, and then just one more thing to highlight. It's the fishing derby this weekend, which is a great community event. I'm so happy to see it happening again this year after not being able to do it last year. And I want to thank Terry Zeller and Recreation and Parks Department for pulling this off. I know that there was a time that it looked like it might not happen or it might be delayed. And I think it's a great thing. So I wanted to let the public know about that as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Kara. All right. So I have a few things that I did. And by the way, you all hit on some great topics there, and I'll probably elaborate on one or two. First of all, I was invited to an Apple Hill traffic planning meeting to share some of the concerns of from the city's perspective when it comes to Apple Hill traffic. Now, they're primarily working on what's going on up there with with what's going on Highway 50, the construction, how it's all going to impact and what they're going to do, how CHP is going to show up. There were multiple agencies in the room, all collaborating to improve the situation up there in Apple Hill. And I really appreciate the effort they're putting in. While they're putting in a lot of effort to improve what's happening up in Apple Hill, I don't know that it's going to make a difference in Placerville in terms of the impact. And I shared that with them, and I want them to know we're looking for partners to help the city work through how we are going to deal with what's going on. And we have the Trip to Green coming up, and that's coming down the road a little bit. We'll be discussing that in future agenda items. And we'll talk about that at a later date. I was with Michael Saragosa and received the orientation from Pioneer Community Energy Board. I am his alternate, but they still include me in and all that. And it was fascinating to see how they work, how they operate, what influences the price of electricity and how that goes. And it's going to be an interesting road as we move through this with them. There's a lot of challenges, and there's a lot of good people working really hard on this. So more to come. We'll see. I met with some folks from El Dorado Gold 1848 with Cleve and I, and we had some good discussions. While we're not all on the same page on everything, in my mind, it's good to keep open communications and to stay talking, because in that area we can always start looking for common ground and find ways to work together to serve our community. And I think it's an important thing to remember. I attended a meeting with Sacramento Valley Division of the League of California Cities. They really help support the cities in legislation and finding all the little things that are going on that we really need to pay attention to. They give us a lot of updates. I think Cleve attends meetings for city managers, which is very helpful in sharing and collaborating and things that support our city. So that's great too. Councilmember Saragosa and I completed the interviews for Peak, and that was a great process. And I truly appreciate everybody that attended and applied for those positions. We have some great people. I'm looking forward to seeing how they show up and support the city. And of course, they're all volunteers once again. So, people are stepping up and helping out, and I truly appreciate that. And then we had our joint meeting with the council and the fire board, which was a great meeting discussing facilities. Carrie hit on that pretty well. More to come with that. We're getting started. I know we committed about, I don't want to say a number, but it was somewhere in the range of $50,000 to support the studies that we need to do to be prepared to be available for any funding that's out there. And, you know, we're going down that road. So that's an important first step for getting that done. I have to have a huge shout out to VeerCamps, Matt VeerCamp especially. You know, we one phone call, we said, hey, we have a 12-inch, I literally blew the top off the street in about a 20-foot radius, a 12-inch pipe going out at 100 PSI. It makes an amazing amount of water coming out of the ground, and it filled the gutters, it filled the streets, it lifted the concrete up. And I'll tell you what, that happened at about, I don't know what the time is. I'm going to say 4:30. And by 6:30 the next morning, they were paving. And by noon the next day, it was fixed. They had to dig up the pipe, replace a 12-inch pipe, do all the repairs needed to get it done. They mobilized all of their equipment. They had tractors, they had backhoes, they had stuff for doing the paving. They had semi trucks pulling in. You know, the whole evening they staged. It was amazing how they did the work. And to top it off, our city people, you know, were right in there in the middle of it, taking care of scoping out our sewer lines and making sure those were done correctly, making sure the valves were turned off. And you know, it was amazing how well VeerCamp and the city worked together to solve this issue in our city, because a lot of people had their water shut off, and it was very challenging. And, you know, thank God for VeerCamps in this town sometimes, because they have saved our bacon many times when we've had immediate needs where things break like this, and they show up and they get it done. And you know what, my hat goes off to them. My hat goes off to the city staff who was there most of the night as well. And so thank you for that. And then also to PD, Placerville PD, who I had 2 nights of interaction with them, all of them legal, and I didn't get in trouble on any of them, but they were there supporting the city along with County Fire when we had a fire at the Wells Fargo, and the sheriff, not the sheriff's, the El Dorado County Fire. They were there and they helped board up the place. Those guys were amazing, and I really appreciated. My family owns that building. And I really appreciate all the effort that they did. They were there, and if it wasn't for the quick reaction of some people that were working and getting off work from the pizza factory, that building would have burned down. And so for those people, and you saw them on the front page of the newspaper, they got there. They were appreciated, and it was truly an amazing thing what they did. First, they tried putting it out with water bottles. That didn't work, and they did call the fire department. So they did a great job, and my appreciation goes out to them as well as the police in their quick reaction and getting that secured, and then the fire department for, you know, tearing the walls open with their chainsaws and everything else and making a mess out of it. But they got the fire out, and there was minimal damage to the building, so that was great too. And so that's it for me. Patty, you raised your hand.
I just wanted to reiterate what you said. Going back to that water, you know, the break. Our water was turned off clear over here, you know, and I live on Manor Drive, and our water was off for about 2 hours. And I tell you, they were saying how hundreds of people were affected by that. And it was just amazing to me how that can happen. And like you say, I also wanted to compliment them for getting it back on. And also for the fire was up here that Michael and by our house up behind the county, you know, the health department, that whole hill could have gone, and that fire department was on it. And I believe the report was that they got it out with only a loss of about, 50 by 60, you know, swath that had burned. And it was just, the fire, the Placerville Fire Council has been really concerned about that hill. And we're just ever so grateful to see, you know, how the fire department as well as our police department pitched in, and it was just a great save, and I just really am thankful for it.
Yes, thank you, Patty. I guess that's it for comments from council, and if we could go ahead and move on to consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote unless a member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of all resolutions will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Does anybody have any comments? Would like to pull any items on the consent calendar? I'm going to start with Patty.
I'd like to pull 7.11. Dennis, you alluded to it, but I'd like to announce who the choices were
Okay,
for the peak committee.
thank you very much. And yes, Michael Saragos.
Yeah, just no, just I have to, on item 7.8, when we make the vote, I'm gonna recuse myself. I have a client that's part of this bill, so I'm gonna recuse myself from that vote.
All right, thank you very much. And then any further comments or items pulled? Okay, so we're gonna pull item, what was that, 7.11 and move that to,
It is last now.
yeah, that's one of those funny things. Items pulled from consent calendar 7.11. Okay, and so if I can get a motion on items 7 through 10, 7.1 through 7.10.
I'll move for approval with the, and to move 7 point, and to remove 7.11 for discussion.
All right.
Second.
All right, get first and a second, and let's go ahead and open this up for public comment. Ms. O'Connell, if you could help me out, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for the consent calendar. If you are joining by computer, use the raise hand option at the bottom of your screen. If you're joining by phone, you can press the *9 option, and I will call on you. You'll have 3 minutes to speak on this item. We'll start with caller 857. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Hey, so some comments about the consent. And so the Measure J item, I think, is 7.9. And am I looking at it wrong that Measure J is basically funding the entire police department with a little bit of fill from the general fund? I've always wondered this when they say that the expenditures have, Measure J was to augment. It was to add to regular general fund expenditures. And a lot of times the city's major expense is their police department. So I just don't understand. Is Measure J funding majority of the police, or what's going on there? And then on the 7.8, the letter to oppose the bill, I would like you to add in there that local jurisdictions should be able to ban Chinese companies. They are absolutely trying to take over, and we should not be able to help Chinese companies destroy us. And then question on why did you have 3 special meetings in 2 weeks? It seems excessive, and it really cuts down on the public's ability to participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Damian Butler, go ahead.
Hello, this is in reference to the noose removal from all of our street signs. I believe that's
All
tonight,
right, Damien,
correct?
thank you for your thoughts on that. We are going to be discussing that probably a little bit after 6 o'clock. That is
After
item
6?
12.1 on the agenda.
Okay, awesome. Then I'll try to check back in there with the kiddos after dinner. I appreciate you guys' time.
All right, see you then. Thank you.
All right, Jonathan Burgess, go ahead.
I'll be back after 6.
All right, see you then. Thank you. All right. I'm seeing no further hands up for consent calendar, so we'll bring it back for a roll call vote, please. Ms. O'Connell.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember No,
I just want to note that I'm abstaining from 7.1D because I wasn't at that meeting. Otherwise, aye.
okay, Councilmember Zaragoza,
I with an abstain on 7.8.
thank you. Vice Mayor Taylor
Aye.
and Mayor Thomas.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. O'Connell. So At this time, what I'm going to do is go ahead and bring, we have item 9, items pulled from public consent for items pulled from the consent calendar. And we're going to go ahead and address that item at this time, unless we have any objection. Okay, so that's moving item 9 to item 7, well, before item 8. And all right, and Cleve, are you prepared to, or who is going to talk on that one?
I really didn't want any discussion, Dennis. I just wanted to acknowledge who was appointed.
All right, let's, would you like to do that, Patty?
I have it here before me. I'll read it.
Go right ahead.
The at-large was John Clarici was appointed. The Placerville downtown area will be Tony Wendell. Is that how you say his name, or Wendell?
Yep, Wendell.
The Broadway business area is David Thomas, and the Chamber of Commerce, Adam Anderson.
All right. Thank you very much. And again, I want to express my appreciation for everybody that took the time out of their day to spend it with Michael and me to discuss all things the Placerville economic and for those that have been selected, we certainly appreciate their willingness to step up. Any further comments?
Oh yeah, I'll just add, we had great candidates. I mean, it was tough because it was really good candidates that stepped forward on this issue, and it was just, I think it goes to show how much people care about the economic well-being, I think, of the city, and how we can, what we can do going into the future. So, thank you to everybody that came forward, as the mayor said.
Yes. All right. Any further comments from council? We'll go ahead and open this item up for public comment. Ms. O'Connell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for item 7.11. This is the Placerville Economic Advisory Committee appointments. Go ahead and use the raise hand option.
Nobody wants to talk on this.
They all approve.
That is wonderful. All right, seeing no hands raised, we will bring it back for a roll call, a motion and a roll call vote, please.
I'll move that we approve the appointments.
All right.
I'll second.
All right, a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember No,
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor,
Aye.
Mayor Thomas.
Aye. Thank you very much, Ms. O'Connell. All right, we're going to do another little rearrangement of our agenda, because what we're trying to do right now is fill a little time between now and 6 o'clock when we have our time certain for public comments. And so does anybody object to moving item 13 up, which is our council reports from other agency meetings? All right.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move up item number 13 and El Dorado County Transit Authority. And that would, yes.
I think it's Kara.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just pulling up my notes real quick. So at the Transit Authority, we adopted the preliminary budget and capital improvement plan for the 21-22 fiscal year. And we adopted an MOU with the Capital Corridor Joint Powers Authority for a new Tahoe commuter route, which is slated to start this summer and is an exciting expansion of our services that I think is going to be great for people going to and fro Tahoe.
That's been talked about for so long, Kara. I'm really glad to hear it. Do you have any idea? Is it just once a day, or how many trips, or have they?
It's going to be once a day, round trip, 7 days a week.
Great.
From Sacramento.
That's great.
All right. Any further on that one? Nope. El Dorado County Transportation Commission.
We approved an amendment to the overall work program, and voted to oppose Assembly Bill 786, which would make the director of the California Transportation Commission a political governor appointed position instead of a nonpartisan merit-based position. And we also honored Bob Smart, which Patty spoke about in her comments, who recently passed away and spent years dedicated to making the El Dorado Trail a reality. So.
And just
Thank
for
you.
reference, the overall work program is, I'll say it is the list of all of the different projects that are going on. And from time to time, they adjust it and they add or amend it based on the current environment of what's going on. So it really talks about all things transportation, whether it's pedestrian, bicycle, automobile, and so it's an important job that the council, three members from the council and the entire board minus Tahoe, board of supervisors minus Tahoe serves on that committee or in that commission, and it supports and helps to fund all the funding that goes to our roads and trails. So,
Well, and just one comment, Mr. Mayor, too, on that is that was a good oppose, I think, on that legislation from El Dorado CTC. That bill, I mean, there's an active campaign to move the California Transportation Commission away from really roads and into more mass transit and pedestrian only. And really, I mean, when we have such aging infrastructure throughout the state. And so this would have been another way to add another layer of legislative oversight on the CTC, which has always been the governor's prerogative. And they oversee all the SB1 money and other monies that come out. So this would have hurt us more so than, say, a Los Angeles County. So I'm glad to see that, EDCTC took that position. It's good for our county.
thank you, Michael. All right, moving on to LAFCO.
And LAFCO, we approved 3 municipal service reviews. So working through that list, we approved the island annexation for the fire protection district. And we approved a work plan, though we haven't approved the budget yet. We're still working on that, bringing that back next month.
All right. And Michael Saycog.
Yeah, so we had our Policy and Innovation Committee meeting. We approved the preliminary budget out of committee that will go to the full SACOG board this week, actually on Thursday. One item of note there is SACOG sold their interest in the building that they reside in. So we had some money sitting in reserves that we're going to put into the actual general fund of SACOG that will prepay some pension obligations, as well as rebuild our litigation fund, which unfortunately got depleted by a lawsuit that we ended up settling out. So it's going to be a good use of those funds because it'll really help on the back end when we're paying down those pension obligation debts. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
And you're up as well, Pioneer Energy.
Yeah, so Pioneer, we meet Thursday for our next meeting, and as the mayor noted, and we had our onboarding earlier this week.
All right. And Patty Placerville Fire Safe Council.
Ongoing with all the fire issues and concerns, and they're working on everything. So,
Is there any funding that's out there right now for any cleanup
No,
or
and
chipping or anything like that?
there isn't, not right now, but they apply for every grant that's out there. And we're also, the last meeting that they had that I was able to attend, they're talking about doing some fundraisers to see if they can't get some money to, help out with all those things that need to be done.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We are going to move on to, that's it for those items. We're going to move on to and receive and file March 21 police report stats with Chief Wren. Was the intention to file and not discuss, Mr. Morris?
That's up to you, Mayor. If you'd like to, I know that Chief Wren did revise his report somewhat. You'll see this month is a little bit different.
Okay.
I'm sure I'll put him on the spot. He'd be happy to walk you through that and answer any questions you might have.
Chief,
What are we doing?
Chief
There he
Wren,
is.
are you there? Sorry,
Yes.
I kind of caught you off guard. So let me explain to everybody what's happening. We planned a time certain for public comment unrelated to the items that everybody's here for. And so we're trying to fill the gap with that until we can get to that point and then move on to the next item, because it's going to take, in my opinion, probably a couple hours to get through that item. And so we're trying to finish up some of the items on our agenda to get to our 6 o'clock for public comment on items not on the agenda, and then we'll go ahead and move into 12.1. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Chief Wren, and if you could share a little bit about his report that he has provided.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council, staff, and of course, our wonderful community. What you see before you is the March 2021 crime stats, along with a comparison from March 2020. We did change the format. We thought the old format, while it was adequate, we can always do a little bit better. So we chose this format instead. And I did speak to a couple people who, once they printed out the stats, some of the font was a little small, so we're going to make some corrections to that so it's a little bit easier to read. So we expanded the stats to include more items in there, to include monthly top 5 calls for service. We also included our social media outreach, how many folks we're actually making contact with out there in the social media land. Wanted to clear up a little bit of the way we presented our arrest comparisons from that over last year. And that's on page 2. And if you can see that right in the middle of the report, you see the bar graph. You can see how much we've increased just on our arrests alone. Our call volume continues to increase. The good news is our staff is continuing to respond to those demands in a professional service oriented posture. We're not behind the curve. We're just a little bit busier than we had been previously. No big crime trends. We're continuing to develop several projects and responses to community concerns dealing with crimes specifically related to quality of life issues. So look for some of that coming out this summer. We'll probably put those items on our stats as well, so you can see some of those special type of enforcement and outreach projects that we do. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Chief? Yes, Councilmember Saragosa.
Thank you, Chief. A couple of questions and relate back to what I brought up earlier and the mayor as well, in terms of these. Seems like we've been having some more like bigger issues within the homeless camps recent. I know we just had the other person that I think started another person's tent on fire. Are we seeing just more? Are these? Is it more like early releases from jail? I'm just wondering. We just seem to have that little bit of an uptick in those types of issues. And then related to that, that area, I know it's private property where those folks are camping out behind the county building, and I know we're under, state of emergency declarations and all those things. But is there anything we can do with those landowners up there? Or if we try, I don't know, this could be a Pierre thing as well. I'm just trying to figure out what other options we have with that particular homeless encampment.
Sure. I'll answer that second question first. Even though we are under emergency orders, those don't pertain to private property. We can still address those issues through our ordinances. But as far as abating the issue, there's a huge amount of responsibility and accountability on the property owner themselves, and that's handled through Pierre and Diane, of course, and they do a fantastic job. It's just there's never a shortage of work for them to do, unfortunately. And the police department assists where we can on those matters. So yeah, if they're on private property, somebody's privately owned property, the governor's emergency orders do not pertain to us enforcing those camping regulations. And I don't know if Pierre wants to mention anything about that. Let me just briefly talk about the first part of the question about the appearance of an uptick. We've had occurrences like this previously, but you're right, we're having them with more frequency. So I think a lot of that has to do with the transient related. It has to do with the transient population that's now within not only our city, but within the county as a whole. Some of that, a large portion of that is early release. Essentially, the state opened up the jail doors and pushed everybody out with a lack of a plan or foresight on where these folks are going to go once they're released. Many of them didn't have, it happened so suddenly that they didn't have a preparation to kind of land on their feet. So we're seeing that population now.
Thank you. Pierre, I don't know if you had any comments on the property or if there's anything we can be doing. I know this is sort of like the Lumsden Ranch, issue as well, I think, with this property behind the county health building.
Sure, I'm happy to provide a couple of comments. Basically, we're working very closely with the police department staff in identifying where some of these homeless camps are when they're located on private property. Typically we want to ensure that the property owner has appropriately posted the property as no trespassing, and then they work with the PD so that if they're having issue removing individuals that are trespassing, and then the PD can help assist the private property owner to having them removed. We're taking very serious enforcement action to require the property owners to clean the property of trash, debris, and remove any concerns on those properties. One of the more recent concerns of late is some of the construction of what we would call more permanent structures. We're finding both on private property and on public property, mainly speaking about the Broadway piece of property there between Caltrans and the Broadway right-of-way that's owned by the city, is we're seeing the construction of these more permanent structures that would typically be regulated by the building code. And some of them have wood stoves have been installed, and we find those wood stoves to be extremely hazardous and dangerous, both for the people that are living within them and for the greater area if there's a fire. We're also finding that a lot of these structures are powered by generators, so they have full electrical systems throughout. I was really surprised to find one of the structures on what we call the Lumsden Ranch 128 property that had full electrical. It had an air conditioning unit that was attached. It had lighting, so you go inside. But of course, it's not up to code. So again, we're just concerned both about the safety of the transients that are living in there, and also then of the greater area should there be a short circuit or a fire, something goes wrong. So we're really trying to stay on top of it, be proactive, and trying to abate these hazardous issues.
Thank you, Pierre.
And Chief Wren, could you for just a second talk about what maybe the percentages of the Measure J funding is for your budget, or just a round number? I don't think it's a huge portion of your budget, but it's enough to cover a couple positions, if that's correct.
I would defer to Mr. Warren on that. I'm not familiar.
Okay, thank you.
I
Sorry
know
about that. Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No worries.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The Measure J is currently funding about 18% of the total police department budget, which as of 1920 was $5.8 million.
All right. Thank you very much for that answer, which is not a lot of it. Okay, moving on. Chief Cordero, if you wouldn't mind going over your report briefly, just a brief report there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council. Yes, for Engine Med 25 for the month of March, you'll see in the statistics they did have a slight uptick in the call volume for both the engine and the medic. A lot of that's attributed to the nicer weather and people being out and about. We have seen a little bit of a decrease in the COVID response from both units. With regards to some of the fire activity, Thank you for the kind comments and words of support for our crews with some of the fires that they've contended with recently and done an excellent job with. We have also seen across the county a little bit of an uptick with the escape control burns. You know, this is the time of year when most people are out clearing their vegetation, making their yards fire safe. But with this season where the rainfall has been below average, things are a little bit drier. So our crews are currently out doing our defensible space inspections. And, you know, we do encourage the public to continue and be diligent with their defensible space, but just be cognizant that just because the calendar says April, the things they would normally do in April this year is a little bit dry, and just be extremely cautious, especially if it involves any outdoor burning.
Do you have any idea of when they're going to move to a no burn?
You know, that determination comes from CAL FIRE, and a lot of it has to do with the overall fuel moistures and weather patterns. With the way this week is shaping up and the way things have been, I would suspect sooner rather than later in comparison to previous years.
All right. Thank you very much for that. All right. Seeing no, let's see. Yes, sir.
I have a quick.
You muted yourself.
I muted myself. I forgot I left it on. Just good question for Chief Cordero, and this Mayor, this might be for you too, but we're just wondering if we'd had any further discussions with PG&E when it comes to them abating some of the areas around their lines. I know we had a really good discussion with them last year when I was mayor towards the end there with our new consultant, former Mayor Acuna, on this issue. And I was just wondering if there was any, and as it relates back to fire, anything new there. It looks like Cleve just came on, but you know, I think that's, you know, we just saw, I think the lead judge come out and say that, you know, he's looking at potentially more PSPS events as he makes sort of, I guess, what he called like a Faustian choice of turning off power or saving lives when it comes to the grid. And so I just feel like last year we had a little dip in them, but I feel like this year we might get hit even harder, especially with the dry times. So if anyone had any comments on PG&E discussions.
I will defer to Cleve. He's been, I saw that he was in a meeting today with.
Yeah, I'll go quickly. And Tim, if you have anything to add, please do. We had a meeting today, Mark Acuna and myself. Mark's doing a great job staying on top of that. Primary work they are doing right now is what I would call work to improve and somewhat increase some of the microgrids that they're running off of our genset currently. We are exploring options to be able to not have to use that genset by keeping that line live that comes in from Diamond Springs. That's not going to happen this year. They are working on that and looking at ways that might could happen. But there are some complications. The meeting today was very good. Got some good information. My thought is I need to put that all together and I can share that with you. My thought is perhaps at your next meeting, asking Mark Acuna to provide us an update of where we're at. But it was a very good meeting. They are working there. They had a whole host of technical people and et cetera that know the lines here in Placerville as part of the call today to explain why they can and can't do certain things. Their hands are tied in certain circumstances by the PUC also. But what I think was interesting today was that they are trying to do some things to increase some of the microgrids. I think we'll see some improvement this year and more next year based on what the call was today, but that's still a little bit up in the air of how soon they're going to get these done. And then what you mentioned about what the judge's decision, I've got a phone call scheduled with my rep, Sarah Rashid, tomorrow to talk more about that. There's two things. Number one is possibly more PSPS events due to the way the judge is looking at it, and finding out kind of what that criteria will be, the new criteria to where perhaps these PSPS events could occur. So I will get that information tomorrow in my meeting, and then if you would like, I can schedule a time, perhaps on our next meeting for an update, and I'll invite Mark Acuna to be part of that to update the council. So.
All right, I look forward to that, to hearing that update.
Yeah, thank you.
Just a second, I'm making a quick note. Okay, any further questions? All right, I'm going to open this item up for a public comment. Anybody has any comment regarding the police report or the fire report from Station 25? All right, I see no hands raised, so we are going to move on. Let's see, where are we at? 5:49. So we have 10 minutes until our time certain. And I don't see any other items except for adjournment, and we can't do that one yet. So, sorry, that was a bad joke. Let's go ahead and so Cleve, if we open up public comment now and we extend it through 6 o'clock, would that be sufficient, or?
We could take a break.
Yeah, I think, Mayor, that would be sufficient as long as you don't close it until after 6 o'clock.
Okay.
I think that would be acceptable.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. And then we'll come back at 5:50 and we'll go into public comment on non-agendized items. And then after that, we'll get to one that most people are here for, which is 12.1. So thank you very much. We'll see you in about 5 minutes. All right, we are all here. So let's go ahead and bring this meeting back to order. And we are going to now go into a public comment. Now, this is public comment on non-agendized items. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda that is within the subject matter of jurisdiction of the city council. State law prohibits us from acting on items not listed on the agenda except by special circumstances. The mayor reserves the right to limit the speaker's time to 3 minutes. You are not allowed to make personal attacks on individuals or make comments which are slanderous or which may invade an individual's personal privacy. So with that, I believe City Manager Morris, who's going to address the public comments received regarding city logo, item 1?
I suppose I can do that. That's related to item 12.1, the item that we have on there. And therefore, council can use that in consideration of that item when we get to it. So nothing further to report there.
All right. And I see a lot of hands popping up. I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that this public comment is not about the noose or about Old Hangtown. It is items that are not on the agenda right now. So if your hand's up on those items, go ahead and put them down. We'll be with that very shortly. And but we're going to move on to items that are not on the agenda. So Ms. O'Connell, if you could help me out, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will start with caller 857. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I actually rang in to speak to the police report, but you closed public comment way too quick. So just for this it's regarding the digital meetings versus live meetings. I know somebody that had a really hard time, wanted to join tonight, but just technically couldn't do it. The phone battery, the technology, everything, can't really participate in these digital meetings. And as far as I read state law, if you're going to have a full digital meeting, you're supposed to have one access spot for the public to come and use equipment and participate in their local government, which to me would mean like at town hall, you would have a computer or whatever equipment's necessary, and a few people can come in there. The room is big enough, they can space out, They just want to speak to you and participate in your local government. People that can't afford the technology, can't understand it, they need to be able to participate. If you were to not allow a disabled person to participate in this meeting, you'd get sued into oblivion. So please consider that there are people that want to join and can't, or can't figure out how. And you really need to at least have one of the council members at town hall and have limited public access there. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Brian, go ahead.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. I just had a question for Cleve, or maybe a suggestion when looking at the power shutoffs throughout Main Street and trying to build those microgrids. I wanted to call in, but I just couldn't get to my phone quick enough. So sorry. It occurs to me that there are other programs like working with Pioneer, like the CCAs, smaller CCAs, and then smaller developers to maybe look at doing a, I've seen cities do it before, where small cities where they do a power bank, a large enough power bank that would support not full grid energized, but it would support, you know, a fraction of it, so that you wouldn't be like full lights, but you could still run your registers. You could still run your point of sale layout, internet. You can run that as well. Or you could do a small solar development on the rooftops, the flatter rooftops of some of the old buildings that aren't as, it wouldn't be as intrusive. And then setting up with just a small power bank for maybe 1 or 2 megawatts, maybe 3. That's not too hard to put together. And then in the event of a shutoff, that power bank switches on and it goes into its own separate microgrid, which then powers from Bedford all the way to Sacramento Street. And just looking at that as an option, and by working through Pioneer or another smaller CCA, then you're off the PG&E grid for that sub microgrid, and any other excess power throughout the year that's not being utilized can then, from the city, can then be sold back to Pioneer on a PPA. So anytime there's no power shutoff, you're just, you know, generating awesome solar energy that you can sell right back into and have that surplus go back into the city for, you know, extra budgeting or whatnot. And then when there is a power shutoff, that grid turns on and you have that ability.
Thank you, Brian.
Don Basquiano, go ahead.
I apologize. My comment is on the news. I thought I lowered my hand. Thank you.
That's all right. We'll see you in a few minutes, Don. Thank you.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Joseph Connolly, go ahead and unmute yourself. Mr. Mayor, may I promote Joseph Connolly to panelist so he's able to speak with his version of Zoom? It appears non-compatible.
That would be fine.
Incompatible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes. And we can see you too, by the way.
Very nice. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm out in Diamond Springs and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. There's 2 things I wanted to comment on. One is about an example of what you can do with the historical presentations that you put together related to item 12.1. I'm not going to speak about 12.1 itself. And I'd like to take a moment to talk about the bell tower too. I looked at all the historical presentations and I got a lot of value out of them and I appreciated them very much. And I thought, well, that's a good start. And it's also the good start of a comprehensive history. And maybe the city can advance that further by putting it together in accordance with some of the people that helped put those together for you in the public and publish it as a book. You know, expand on it, make it a beginning to the present complete history. And there's a good example of El Dorado County history that you could use, and that's by Stephen Polkinghorne. If you're familiar with his book, it's an extraordinary review of the logging history in this county. It goes all the way back to the first chute they dug out of a hillside to throw logs down the hill and put them in the river and send them down to Folsom. And that's available at the El Dorado County Library. So I applaud what you did, and I hope that you'll do more with it. I think it's a great thing to move forward with. As far as the bell tower, you know, my thoughts about where Placerville is more about where it should go and what we should celebrate. And one of the things that we should celebrate is the bell tower. It's been around a long time. It symbolized a point in the history of the city to move forward. And I noticed it's looking a little shabby. If you go down and take a look at it closely, all the shingles are worn out. A lot of them are hanging loosely and they're missing, and they sure could do with some remodernization. It could stand a nice paint job, maybe add some color to the railings. There's a bit of rock that's missing from one corner where somebody's clobbered it with a truck. The wind vane is a little lopsided and a little less shiny, as well as the bell. And as a symbol of the city's historic past pride, I'd like to see that we can maybe give it some attention as the focus for our future pride. It's something that deserves that attention. I grew up here and have always remembered the siren going off at noon, and I know the bell still rings. Those are important symbols to take care of, and I hope that you'll give that some attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
Caller 525, go ahead.
Just one moment there, 525. Mr. Connolly, could you mute yourself, or did we take him off as well? Can you demote him now?
I'm in the process.
Okay, I
Thank you,
wasn't
Mr.
sure if
Mayor.
that was a thing or not. So thank you very much. Okay, 525, go ahead.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon, and I wanted to give a shout out to our police department. I was at a demonstration this weekend in which both Black Lives Matter and the local Hangtown Proud Boys were at. There were several tense moments, and I have seen a great improvement in the de-escalation skills of our officers. So I so appreciate that. And in conjunction with that, I would like to give a shout out to Chief Wren. As folks are probably aware, there's a lot of citizen journalism that goes along with the ease of access to the internet and social media and smartphones. And one of those citizen journalists, who goes by the tag of Bay Area Transparency, did what this person calls a First Amendment audit of the Placerville Police Department. And the audit was passed very successfully because of Chief Wren's skills in communication and de-escalating situations. And I'm sure he didn't intend it, but he's a bit of a social media star. There's 270,000 views of his interaction with the auditor. And there's about 5,000 comments. And I just want to read two of them, which I think give great credit to both the council and the chief and the department. One starts, "Great words from the chief. The badge is not a symbol of authority, but a symbol of trust." And the other goes, "This guy is a class act. I love hearing him say he is a work in progress. We can all use some work." Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo. Appreciate it.
Warren Dayton, go ahead.
Hello, this is Warren and Martha Dayton. I couldn't get our names on, but Martha is going to comment on the public portion, and Warren is going to wait for the 12.1. I served on the committee, City of Placerville committee, with Wendy Thomas and Gary Pig, and Carl Borelli was mayor at the 150th celebration, the sesquicentennial. And during that time, working with El Dorado County Economic Development Director, Shauna Purvines, she informed us that 5.7 million people go up Highway 50 every year, Placerville, and less than 1 in 1,000 of them stop between here and Lake Tahoe. And I have proposed to Mayor Borelli, and then I spoke a bit to Patty when she was mayor after her father died, and then Wendy Thomas, of course. And I would really like to see Placerville reach out to those motorists and brand itself more. My husband Warren did the image of the gold banner for the 150th of the poster that was collected and the proceeds given to Snowline Hospice as a benefit, and it was widely corrected. He was one of those hippie poster designers, and we've done a lot of stuff for Marshall Gold and State Historic Park, and Placerville has always had trouble branding itself. And I think I would really like this upcoming logo discussion and publicity to be considered by the council as a publicity moment where we can do a lot of wonderful rebranding of the city if that occurs. But I know I sent the side of the city hall, for instance, where the bricks are, would be a wonderful display to those 5.7 million people that are going past it, about Placerville, about our history, and making them curious. We are the gem city of the gold rush, and this is where it really happened. And it's an opportunity with all the news going on. I heard at least 3 news reports on my way home about our city and this meeting tonight in Sacramento on radio. And so I'm asking if you can be thinking beyond just the controversy on 12.1 on the agenda of the logo to a whole rebranding of the city and using art on the side of the city hall or publicity to make a reach out to those people. We haven't done much since the 150th, and I'd like to encourage the council to consider this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My husband is going to comment on 12.1, so I'll lower my hand.
Okay, thank you very much.
Call in user 1, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Michael Friend, Placerville.
Good evening.
First, I too would like to offer a nod to Bob Smart and everything he brought to Planning Commission over the years for pedestrian and bicycle access. And it's a real loss to us for Bob to be gone. So I thank Patty for bringing that up. I wanted to thank the council for the educational presentations posted to the website on Friday, I think. I took a number of items away from that information. And by all means, we should increase the historical awareness and presence of the positive contributions of other groups, minority groups, who have factored into our rich history. The Chinese, the Japanese, the Negroes, the Mexican Americans, the indigenous people, all those. I thought the information was really terrific. At the same time, I do not find this to be a zero-sum game. One culture or history does not have to be replaced to make room for the other. I don't think there's any need to diminish or denigrate the history or culture of Old Hangtown in order to raise other cultures up. We need to move from the disparate, isolated camps and into a real community. And I also found it curious that the first presenter cited a number of newspaper references, yet California's oldest newspaper, our own Mountain Democrat, was not listed among them. So I found that omission a little bit ironic. But really terrific effort. I appreciate it. I think it will be of value to everyone, regardless of what item it might be related to as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan Gainsborough, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Thomas and council and the rest of the dream team there.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Placerville is a dream. January 14th, 1848. Should be a date we all know. That was the exact day and date that Marshall discovered the first piece of gold. From all over the world and across America to Placerville. And I think we have a great, great heritage. I'm looking at the oldest newspaper in California right now. I'm looking at yesterday's headlines. I don't know if any of you saw it. I'm sure you all subscribed to it. But the headline across the top was transients candle. Actually, it was much more than a candle, reportedly sparks a fire. And the employees coming out of a pizza factory saw flames coming out of the Wells Fargo building. So I implore you all to get a copy, read the full article. But the lady, when the four dashed over the bank on a 50-degree night with water bottles in hand, they found 72-year-old transient Doris, and I won't read her last name, but it's public information on the front page. She said she lit a candle. I think this is tragic because it does not show the heart of Placerville. It doesn't show the heart of the council. It doesn't show the heart of the citizenry of Placerville. She said she lit a candle to stay warm or something like that. She lit a 72-year-old lit a candle. Now, obviously, there is let me gather my thoughts. Out of 500 or 600 homeless in the county from the point in time count, 20% are women. And so if we have 500 on the western slope, 80%, of those 80%, there's over 100 homeless women. And I'd like to see us look forward to next winter. Pathways pioneered something. It was wonderful to see Kara step up to be a representative of the council. But the Pathways project for 20 homeless is now closed. It's going to take some coordinated effort to have shelter for the homeless that we did not have this winter. 1 year ago, I remember that I had been in contact with NPR and the Sacramento media. I had 7 copies of citations to the homeless for trespassing on Upper Broadway, which was an unconstitutional violation of the Martin Boise. It was wonderful that we came to peaceful terms in not having to go to litigation as an unconstitutional arrest of the homeless on public property. I'm praying that Chief Wren and his officers are respecting Martin Boise on all of the homeless on public property. And I'm praying that jointly between the city and the council, I spoke to the supervisors this morning. I see my time.
Okay.
I'm not done. I still have 34 seconds.
No, yeah, I'm not sure what time you're seeing, but according to our city manager, it's less than that.
Okay,
So
well,
if you could wrap up, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. So I'm praying for the best possible outcome. I didn't hear about what was done with the Oasis commune, but the homeless are sheltering in place to keep us all safe and healthy. And we have to protect the least, the last, and the lost, the helpless and those that can't help themselves. 1/2 to 2/3 of the homeless deal with mental illness, and I know you care about them. So God bless you.
God bless you too, Jonathan. Thank you.
I appreciate what you're doing and what you're going to do to help them. God bless you.
Thank you. All right, items not on the agenda.
Steve Puttoff, go ahead.
Yes, first of all, I want to congratulate this tremendous city council for developing the Hangtown history video. That is one of the best things. I watched the whole thing today, and I recommend everyone watch that video. I first of all, it was balanced. It was very objective without an agenda on it. And I had no idea that Hangtown, AKA Placerville, had so many prosperous Black families that contributed so much to our incredible history. And that came through on that video. It was amazing to me. But so anyway, and I learned a lot of good things. So I'll see you all later on the comments of the other thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Gail Hessel-Gesser, go ahead.
Hello, Gail. It looks like you're
Yeah,
still.
I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. You're here.
I'm on the wrong issue. I thought we were on 12.1.
Give us just a couple minutes and we will be there, Gail.
All right, thank you.
All right, see you then. Thank you.
Robert Dietz, go ahead.
All right, Robert, it looks like you're still muted.
I'm sorry.
There we go.
We good? I'm sorry. I'll follow up on that comment of promoting Placerville.
Yes.
A couple of years ago, I spoke with Mark Acuna and Heidi Meyerhofer regarding a cruise night in Placerville. Now, if you go up and down the Central Valley, many of the smaller towns have cruise nights, including Auburn. And there are people in the state that actually travel to go attend these cruise nights, and they spend money. And most of these people, I'm 61 years old. I have a 67 Mustang, and I'll go down to Modesto or Turlock to go to a cruise night. When you go there, it's people like me. They're spending money, they're having a good time. And in the 70s, when I was in high school, I used to cruise 4th Street in Santa Fe. That's the street they did in American Graffiti. When I look at Main Street in Placerville, it is so perfect for it. You've got a couple of restaurants on one side, a couple on the other. People would go up and down. I'll bet you those restaurants would be packed on Friday and Saturday night. And I go there on Friday and Saturday nights, and they're almost empty. Now, I know we can't do it right now, right, because of the gathering, but I think that's going to be going away pretty soon. So it's something the council may want to consider bringing up. People do travel, they bring money, and frankly, it's cool. I like the cars.
Yep.
So I, just for consideration.
Thank you for your comments, Robert. Appreciate it.
Damian Butler, go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, council, for your time. I appreciate that very much. So that were we open for, I think it is 12.1 regarding the removal of the noose from Placerville?
Give us about 2 more minutes. We'll be there.
2 more minutes?
Yes.
I can wait that long.
Actually, it's getting longer now. Some people are trying to talk again. So we'll let you know when it is. Just stand by. Thank you.
Okay, got you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Kirk Smith, go ahead.
Hi. I tuned in late, kind of confused because I thought it was about public comment, and then I've heard some discussion about the presentation Friday. Regarding that presentation, it's wonderful, and I believe it's a strong first start. About a year ago, almost, I guess it was June, I had a meeting with Cleve Morris and the then Mayor Mike Zaragoza on another subject, and raised this one about the controversy that was waging and has been ever since. And I recommended that there be a public workshop with historians. That's plural. Why? Because when it comes to math and science, 2 and 2 is 4. But with historians, they offer perspectives. They give facts and they give analysis to explain their conclusions. And that's why you'll have 35,000 plus biographies on Adolf Hitler. They're all nonfiction, they're all history, and they're all different perspectives. What you had last week, while good, was one person who made a series of mistakes. For example, he said that there was no alcalde system in the Sierras. But I told you a couple times that in our own museum, we have the docket for the alcalde, which is correct. Did anybody verify it? Also, you repeatedly heard the term vigilantes used with its contemporary usage. But as explained in 1850, it had a different meaning. It was used to mean posses, but that wasn't explained. So you had somebody selected by one advocate, a very good one, for one side of this question. And that's why I think, for the sake of credibility, bring it out. Because in my lifetime, and I said I frankly could give a great many reasons for changing both of those things. But in my lifetime, I've never heard the nickname used for hate other than about 5 years ago was the first time. And it was a Trump supporter who had a sign they had to take down, and they replaced it with a noose. And then we had a barber. In both cases, those who used those kinds of symbols that way and those on the other side, they displayed a total misunderstanding of the history of this town. So that's why I think what you did this past Friday was a good start. And in order to be able to avoid the kind of harm that's been done to the image of constantly saying that it was celebrating vigilantes.
Let's stick to a non-agendized item there if we could, Kirk.
Well, I hope that gives you an idea about why I commend you, but would urge you to do more. Thank you for a
Thank
good
you, Kirk.
start.
All right. All right, I see no more hands raised for non-agendized items that are on our agenda. And I want to thank everybody for their comments. And so we are going to move on to what most people are here tonight for, and that's item 12.1. And I want to start off by expressing my appreciation for all the people that have provided thoughtful comments that have come through either email or by phone. And up until about 3 o'clock, I read every single one of them, and I heard what everybody said. And I know that my fellow council members have spent quite a bit of time combing through those and reading them as well, and it's truly appreciated. This meeting has been a long time coming, and it's my desire, and it's our council's desire to make sure that everybody has a chance to be heard. And in that light, one of the things that I have decided to do is provide everybody an opportunity to speak. Now, right now we have 173 people on Zoom, and I don't know how many people that are calling in through just by phone or will be calling in. And so one of the things that I'm doing, and everybody please listen to this very closely, I am going to have 1-minute comments. And anybody that wants to make their comments and keep it under 1 minute, I would appreciate you stepping up to the plate now. And everybody, and for the next period of time, will have an opportunity to make a comment for 1 minute. And that will be all the comment that you will be allowed. And then I will open it up for 2-minute comments. And my goal is to hope people can condense their thoughts and bring it forward so that we can hear everybody. And we want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to get heard. And what I would like to do is have a 1-minute comments. And then once all the hands are done with 1-minute comments, I will open it up for 2-minute comments. And those will be the last section. And anybody that has more than 1 minute, or they want to talk longer than 1 minute, please wait, because at this time you will be heard for 1 minute, and then we'll ask you to wrap it up. And I truly appreciate everybody's time and to sit here and see what we're doing tonight. And with that, I am going to turn it over to our city manager, Cleve Morris, who would like, if you could please share with us your report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a reminder again, based on what Mayor Thomas said, if you have raised your hand at this point, we'll be taking those that can provide their comments in 1 minute or less. So if you want a little bit more time, please lower your hand, and then we'll take those that need a little bit more time after we have addressed those that can do 1 minute or less. So Mayor and Council, this item is being brought back to you at your direction to consider, and the item before you is to consider removing the depiction of a noose from our city logo. And I would add that we would include that in terms of, there's a couple other things such as street signs that also contain that noose. Basically, any city facility, we would be looking at removing the noose from that. But the logo is the main focus because that's the most prominent that we see. As you know, this has come before you several times now, originally back in July of 2020. And then it was delayed until January, primarily due to the pandemic and the desire to try and hold a live meeting and have an open discussion on this. As you know, unfortunately, I don't think any of us thought in July that we would still be where we are today. Still not able to hold, at least in a large group setting, those live meeting. So I think that what is before you tonight is to look at that again. We brought back, you appointed a committee of Vice Mayor Taylor and Councilmember Borelli to work with me on that. We went through a couple of reiterations that we brought before you, and then we came back to this one, which is to take public comment tonight, and then for the council to consider removing the noose from the logo and other city facilities. So that is the only thing that's before you tonight, is simply to remove the noose from those. No other action is being considered. In my report, I did try to show that our logo slash, some people call it the seal. I want to emphasize first that there is a difference. In my report, I show those differences of what we call our city seal is an official embossing piece of equipment that we emboss documents that we send that are official, the resolution, so that we know that those are original documents. Many of you know that in today's world with copy machines, it's sometimes hard to tell whether something is original or a copy. With this embossing piece of equipment we have, our city clerk can stamp official documents so that we know they are originals. And she uses that on a regular basis. We'll use it on proclamation, but we'll also use it on resolutions and ordinances that we send outside the city to people to let them know that this is official, has been adopted by the city council. I also showed like I say, the existing logo. I showed the existing logo with the noose removed, which we had done a while back, just for to show the council what that would look like. I showed you a Public Works logo that we don't know exactly the timing from that, but was used at one time, which does not have either a tree or a noose on it, but just has the miner with some equipment and the creek and the sky and clouds in the background. We also found a logo that is similar, I guess you would think, to probably closer to the city seal, but has some differences. It's only black and white. And then finally, I showed several iterations of the police patch which they have used over time. And you can see different versions, different shapes, different looks, and et cetera, that have occurred over time with the police patch and what they have used. My point in doing that was to show that it has changed many times, and we don't know, in our research, have not been able to find exactly when those changes were made. I will say that to the best that we could tell, we believe the current logo, which contains the noose in the tree, was developed and put in place sometime in the early to mid 70s. But we're not sure. That's the earliest we could find it, and we think it was around that time. Based on talking to some people that were around there, they concurred that they believe it was probably about that time that that logo came into play. Point is, it was something else before that. I don't know if it was just the city seal, what we call the city seal now, or if there were other logos that were had before them. Perhaps some of these others that I have displayed in my staff report were used. But the point is that it has changed over time, so it's not uncommon for it to change. In my career, I've seen other cities change their logos throughout time, sometimes as part of a rebranding, as was talked about somewhat tonight, other city and different folks as they wanted to do and emphasize, and kind of a refresher for the city. So those are all options are there. With that, I think I will turn it back to you for any questions you may have. Again, the action before you is to consider the removal of the noose from the city logo. And then if there is some desire for further direction, that could be directed to come back at a future meeting. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, City Manager Morris. Does any council members have any questions for Cleve or staff at this time? All right, seeing no hands up or no comments, we will move right into public comment. Now, I would like to reiterate, this public comment is for people that would like to comment in 1 minute or less. And I'm doing this to ensure that everybody gets a chance. It was an option of going the full time and maybe having to cut the time limit off at a very long time, like 3 hours or something, or to try and modify it, because I think a lot of people can say what they want to say within a minute. And I look forward to hearing that. And then after this 1 minute, we will again open it up for 2 minutes. Now, you don't get to talk in the 1 minute and the 2 minutes. We're keeping track. And so each person gets one bite at this apple. So we look forward to hearing everybody's comments at this time. Please, Patty.
I'd just like to reiterate too, that I think all of us did exactly what you did. And that is that we have read every letter that has come in. So, I know that folks, might feel a little frustrated, but we really have already heard your feelings and opinions. So don't think that, you're being shirked by not, getting more than 1 minute to talk about.
And I see a lot of names in our list of people who have actually sent in letters. So thank you for that as well. Yes. All right. With that, Ms. O'Connell, if we could open it for anybody who would like to have public comment for 1 minute or less.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll start with Kate. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, Kate.
Hi. I live in El Dorado County. I think it's a good idea to remove the noose from the background of the town logo. Schools in our county have modified or changed their school logos over the years to make them more updated, friendly, and welcoming. And I think that the City Council of Placerville should do the same. The municipal logo is something that should be simple and easy to remember for the right reasons. Placerville started as a 19th century mining camp next to a meager creek, and it's grown into a tourist stop. Our city's image needs to grow with that and change with the times. The rich history of mining would still be in the logo without the nod to the vigilante justice and the mob violence that society has evolved away from. So Placerville was known as Old Hangtown until about like 1854. I read somewhere that it was called Old Dry Diggins before that, which I thought was pretty interesting that, people didn't hang on as much to that. The citizens knew then that continuing to call it Hangtown would snip the growing bud of tourism and the civic prowess that our town needs. So as citizens now, thank you.
All right. Have a good evening.
Suzette, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my call.
Good evening.
Good evening. I would like for you all to consider that you do not have the right to erase our history in Old Hangtown regarding the news based on false pretenses of racism we all know to be wholly inaccurate. Do so, you are admitting guilt on behalf of us all. You absolutely do not have that right. Leave our history, leave our innocence alone, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzette.
Anna Rulon, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, council. My name is Anna Rulon. It's time to lose the noose. Taking the noose off the city seal will not magically erase the history of our region. We all have different histories that speak to us, and not all of those histories can make it on the city logo. The seal and logo should represent the beauty of our region. It should be something that makes us all proud. The fact of the matter is that in the year 2021, the noose is a symbol of violence, vigilante justice, suicide, and lynchings. Why would we want this to be on the Placerville City Seal when we could use that space to represent something beautiful and welcoming? Lose the noose and replace it with something that makes Placerville loving and welcoming to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Call-in user 13, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear us there?
He's muted.
Yeah. All right, let's circle back around to call-in user 13, please.
Can you hear me?
Oh, look, we got you. Yes, we can. Thank you.
I apologize for that.
That's quite all right.
Good evening. Since the subject of removing the news from our city logo has been a demanded topic by a few citizens, I believe in order to consider the argument, it is important to know who wants it removed. It would seem that there are a few citizens, some of which who are advocates of the El Dorado County BLM, who state that they are triggered by the news. We know this cannot be true since just today their Facebook page posted an image of what appears to be a KKK member hanging by a noose. This demonstrates that not only are they not triggered, but that they are in support of hanging some people as long as it is people they deem to deserve hanging. For one to claim being triggered by a noose on the city seal, an image that represents the only form of capital punishment for criminals during the gold rush, this would mean that they're either criminals or that they're comparing lynching to hanging a criminal. This comparison is offensive and disrespectful to any and all victims of lynching. Brutally and needlessly killing innocent people by lynching could never be and should never be compared to being hung for a crime. The fact that the public servants who are considering changing this seal aren't distinguishing between the two is concerning.
All
The
right.
answer to those, okay, and also for Anna, just really quick, many
No,
family
we're not
members
going to be
lost to
commenting on.
suicide, and the news
Thank you very
doesn't
much,
count.
Regina. Yes, thank you.
Dawn, go ahead.
Hi. So I just wanted to say that yes, the noose is certainly part of the city history. Taking it off a government logo is not erasing history. We still have the books and the museums and the videos, but it's not just a symbol of history. It's also a symbol of sadness to the family of suicide, people who've committed suicide that way. It's a symbol of hatred to African Americans. Leave the private property alone, but I don't believe it belongs on a city seal. Take it off and maybe at some point replace it with something iconic like the bell tower, or leave the gold banner or something, but not a symbol of violent death. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Warren Dayton, go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, Warren. Thank you.
Yes, I would like you to know that I'm a graphic designer who designed the Placerville images for the sesquicentennial and the Marshall State Park posters and the Gold Banner medal, and which all sold very well. I just would like to see that the new logo should have some artistic merit and be of the 20th century, but also be welcoming. The old one doesn't seem to have that sparkle that it needs. It seems to be hokey, but anyway, I'd like to be considered to do this design for the new logo.
All right. Thank you, Warren. We'll keep that in mind.
Robert Dietz, go ahead.
Thank you. I've heard some comments that we need updating, and the Constitution is not out of date. The Bill of Rights is not out of date. The noose represents law and order. There's no body in it. It's like the star on law enforcement. It represents law and order. And I think that really gives us a good image. Not quite a year ago, the headlines on the Bee and the newspapers were stores and businesses being burned down in Sacramento and Portland and around the country. The front page of the Mountain Democrat was the posse standing on Main Street. Our businesses did not get burned down. We did not have vandalism. We stood for law and order. I think that noose represents that and is not outdated. If you feel that those things are important, which I believe it does, I hope you keep the noose.
Thank you, Robert.
Steve Putoff, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm speaking to each member here of the city council. I believe it takes real courage to stand up to a very vocal group of liberal outsiders and even some insiders who want to rewrite history and does not respect that there are some unique emblems such as the noose and the name Hangtown, which will be next if you make this move, that means a lot to the much larger but silent majority in our community. I implore the council to show that courage tonight and vote no, or to postpone any decision until you can hear from all of the community. Thank you very much.
Right in a minute. Thank you very much.
JSL, go ahead.
Hello there.
Hi,
All right, we got you.
City Council. I would also like to ask the city to eliminate the noose from the city logo. In the past, I've planned meetings with business colleagues and visiting friends in Placerville restaurants, which I would like to continue to do. So I'm a big supporter of shopping local, investing in my community, regardless of anyone's politics. But I now feel uncomfortable and unwilling to invite my colleagues from work or my friends to Placerville, and have been meeting them in other communities, our neighboring communities. I would like to learn from our history. As some have said, this is part of the history of Placerville. I definitely don't want to erase it, but I think it is important to celebrate the positive values that our community embodies today, like resourcefulness and pulling together in a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Regina Miranda, go ahead.
Hi there. Sorry about that.
That's quite all right. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to introduce myself. I've called in a few times. I, like the previous caller, well, I was the former general manager of the Placerville Co-op, which was formerly Noah's Ark since the mid-90s. And like the woman who spoke before me, it's always really challenging to bring people from outside, which, you know, includes co-ops from across the country who would come to see our store, and walk down Main Street and try to explain why there is a hanged man and why there's a noose. It's just, sometimes we're in our little bubble and we don't realize, it's hard to get outside of that. And I do really understand the desire to preserve history, but I really feel like we have a lot more to offer. And like the man before, the woman before me, I would ask that the city council make this decision. And I think it would be nice to have this resolved as soon as possible. I appreciate the 1 minute limits, and hopefully I'm making it there. Good. And I really like the idea of rebranding the city and just honoring our history in a way that includes everybody, including tourists and locals. I really feel like that's possible.
Thank you very much, Regina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hangtown lady, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm pulling my stuff together. Let me get to my notes. I've wrote myself a little something here. I have been a resident here since '83. I'm a coal miner's daughter of an Ohio family who was the coal miners' daughters from Yugoslavia. Our journey ended here 37 years ago in Placerville, AKA Hangtown, USA. And in my 37 years of being a resident here and a proud Hangtown representative, I am coming from a place of multicultural and race in the areas that seem to have not had any other race here. The name of Hangtown did not have any ill representation of racial influence, and nor did any of my friends seem to think that. As I did my cultural history in our schools and districts, and all of those kind of histories have been removed and are near to extinct from our information, I came to a conclusion that what is the noose and the Hangtown name represents to me as justice and punishment of one's crimes. Not their skin tone. Never in my 37 years did I ever envision it.
if you, and I'll, you know, just to be, you know, clear and open and honest with everybody here. If you want to talk for 2 minutes, go right ahead and put your hand down and come back and when we're done with the 1 minute sections. I want to honor everybody's time here tonight, and I want to make sure that we stick to the 1 minute. And if you want to talk longer than 1 minute, by all means, put your hand down and raise it up when we get to the 2 minute section. We want to make sure everybody gets a chance to be heard. So thank you very much, Ms. O'Connell.
Mountain Moon Ranch, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dara Macy. I'm a resident of Placerville. I love this town. I've always wanted to live in a town like Placerville. I've participated as an Old West reenactment actor. I've served on the stagecoach in town, and I've seen people smile coming up from San Francisco to ride that stagecoach. However, I am horrified and deeply hurt that we have the symbol of a noose in our logo. A noose is a symbol of death. A noose is a symbol of lynching. A noose is a symbol of racism. I think we're better than that. We're kind people. We're good people in Placerville. And removing a noose from a logo does not erase history. We can't erase history. We are simply creating a logo that is inviting to all and not racist. I thank the council for a very difficult job that you're doing and appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ben Renfro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the time here. I would like us to keep our noose. It's taken away from our history. We need to keep our history. This world right now is taking inch by inch little pieces of our history and throwing it away. If we remove this, and the next thing you're going to do is remove Hangtown name itself, you know, in 10, 15 years, our kids aren't going to know anything about it, and they're not going to study about it or learn any history about it. That was a big deal. These people came in town, they murdered people, they got hung, right? And also, I really believe that if you guys are going to change anything, it needs to come out to the people, and the people should be able to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben.
Ted Colei, go ahead.
Ted, are you there, buddy? Hello, Ted. All right. Let's go ahead and put him back in queue and we'll go on.
E Blue, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I wonder if I am the newest resident here in Placerville. I've recently chosen to come and live in this town, having spent a lot of time living elsewhere. And in the brief time I've been here, I've been learning the different histories of this town, because what I understand about narrative is that there's never just one story. But what the current seal is focusing on is the story of lynching, the story of death. And what is being centered and uplifted in that image is the terror and the horror that those people will have experienced being hung from a tree. And that horrific experience is one that I don't think this town really wants to center and focus on. I support some of the other callers who speak about all the other many things that this town could focus on in its seal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I believe I mispronounced Ted's name, so maybe this will work better. Ted Cole III.
I got it. That looked kind of funny to me too. Thank you.
Go ahead and speak.
Ted Cole III, are you available to speak?
Okay, we'll come back to him. Call-in user 4, go ahead.
Hello there. Hello? I can
Calling
hear-
user 4.
Yeah, I hear something there. All right, let's move on.
Megan Threadgill. Let's try you. Go ahead.
Sorry, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay. Good evening. This is Megan Buchanan Threadgill. I wanted to thank the City Council for allowing the community members to speak on this matter. I'm a lifetime resident of Placerville, and I'm calling to voice my support for removing the depiction of a noose from our city's logo. And it's hard to believe I'm even saying that out loud in 2021. I think it's time for those who have an acute attachment to this oddly specific and otherwise insignificant icon from our rich history to be open to celebrating an alternative icon that does not have a connotation to, and I quote, a deplorable act of brutality, along with an unbound fear and hatred towards African Americans. We have a lot of history to celebrate here that can represent something more positive. And like one caller said before me, we have so much more to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
Calling user 8. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Steve. I'm resident of El Dorado County, and I would like to keep the noose. I'm tired of seeing our symbols of history keep being deleted. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve.
Shay Fuller, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, for the time. I just want to say that the noose is not put on the seal as a representation of violence nor racism. Quite frankly, if you associate a noose with racism, you probably should check whether or not you're a racist. The noose represents justice. And in Placerville, California, as far as El Dorado County, Placerville being the heart of El Dorado County, community is a big part of that. We're a tight-knit community, and justice is more important now, I think, than it's ever been. And at the end of the day, that's exactly what that emblem represents. This whole removing it is not about it. It's about Hangtown. It's about George, and an individual spoke to walking down the street and being appalled by a noose. I want to know how many people actually see the city seal and are able to pick out that noose as they're visiting Placerville.
Thank you, Shay.
Margie Lopez Reed, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Okay, I can keep this under 1 minute. I want to thank you all for going through this tedious process just so we can all have a say. I think you all know that I'm opposed to having the noose on the city emblem. And so I don't need to repeat that, but what I do want to request is that I sent in 2 letters to you all regarding this, one maybe 2 weeks ago, and one, I guess, past the deadline. So my request is that you put those letters in the record so that others can read what I have had to say. So that's it.
Thank you, Margie.
Damian Butler, go ahead.
Hello, Damian. Finally, we get to talk. Oh, no, did he put his hand down? I guess we'll wait for him to. Hello, Damian, are you there? Nope, he's gone. All right, moving on. Thank you. Well, I'm sure he'll show back up again. Thank you, Regina.
Kristen, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a new resident of 6 months of Placerville, but my family's been here for 40 years. So I'm kind of speaking on behalf of them. So I did not make Placerville my permanent home to strip any names or logos connected to the history of Placerville. It's like me going to historic Deadwood, South Dakota, and demanding they remove the 2 firearms from their city logo because I find it offensive. So that's a good comparison right there. Mr. Saragosa, one of your platforms that you ran on was historic preservation, a big reason why we moved to Placerville. The residents of Placerville voted you in on the expectation that you will commit to that platform. By entertaining the idea of removing logos and names from Placerville history, the trust will be lost. You said yourself, and I will quote you from the Mountain Democrat, "I don't think I would have been voted in if Placerville was inherently racist." It's been disappointing to hear the city council cater to council culture when it's just people projecting their personal problems on society and calling it virtuous. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan,
Hello, Leo.
father and grandfather to residents in Placerville. I thank the council for this process and all the work you've put in reading letters and listening. To me, the historians clearly said that the true value of Placerville is the civic spirit. And so after you listen to us all, I would ask that, as you always do, you consult your own inner conscience and ask, what would an historian do? Because our historians have made it clear that these were lynching events. What would our founders do? They made it clear by naming the post office Placerville. And getting personal, what would my mother do? She would say, no, it needs to be about love in this city. And then in my faith tradition, what would Jesus do? And he would say, no, it's forgiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
LaMills Garrett, go ahead.
Hello, thank you. My name is LaMills Garrett. I'm calling on behalf of the Greater Sacramento NAACP. And I thank you all for having this forum for your residents. And I'm calling to make sure that it's understood that we as the NAACP, we see many people and our members drive up through and to Placerville for Christmas trees, apple delights, and stagecoach rides, and skiing, gas stations, food, gold history making, and all the like. However, in doing so, they're also exposed to pieces of history, whether intended or not, that brings about a very negative perspective from them. We're not asking you to forgo the city's history. We're asking you to be inclusive, considerate, and compassionate to all your citizens and those who might be interested in living there in the future. We would really like to work with you on this resolution and to avoid actions such as boycotts or other things that have often impacted others across the nation, so that we can help Placerville actually continue to grow and to be the stopping point that so many enjoy on their way to and from Tahoe and all the other things that you bring about. Thank you very much for the time, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you, LaMel.
All right, we'll go back to Damian Butler. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you, council, for your time this evening. I appreciate that, guys. Good to finally get through.
Yes.
I was born and raised in Placerville. Got 7 kids I'm raising here. It's a great spot to be. My auntie was here, had Vesuvios, and the great Carl Borelli was back there back in the day. I have a little poem that I'd like to express to you guys, if you don't mind. Had some thoughts on my mind, and I put it into prose. I'm also a local artist as well. Now for a message to the opposition, it's time to take a break from your hate to stop and listen. If we remove the logo from our town, what message does that send to the youth who will eventually take the crown? Erase history for fear of skewed views, when in all actuality, there has been no harm over centuries delivered by a noose. What happened to sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. I've been born and raised and give nothing but praise to Hangtown, the dirty 530. I'm a proud father, hard worker, who's frustrated with all the hype. Why not take all the energy spent on PC and direct it to the youth instead, to show them how life is like? Make friends, not enemies, peace, not war. Honestly, what's the movement all for? Propaganda to invoke hate on one another? In the end, we're all sisters and brothers, speeding through space on one big rock. So instead about shouting, how about we talk? Do we think history won't repeat itself as long as we erase it? What's the use in removing the news just because you think it's racist? What's next? Lynchburg, Tennessee? Do you know how many people? Am I out? Am I out of time?
You are,
Okay.
buddy.
Okay, well, thank you. I think focus on the youth as opposed to removing stuff from town would be a lot better.
Have a good evening. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 368, go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Just a moment, please.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. I'm 63 years old, been a Placerville resident since elementary school, and I've always been disturbed by the hangman and the noose and the celebration of it. So please keep that in mind. One of the things that I wrote to you about was the fact that since the 1800s, the people that were actually hung have been hung in effigy and in perpetuity and haven't had the chance to move on. The hangman moved on after the 1800s, before the city of Placerville was incorporated, but those they murdered have not, and I think they deserve to rest in peace starting tonight. Let's create a future recognizing the city's progress throughout all of its history, and let's leave death behind. As somebody said, there's a difference between old Hangtown and the new, which can be the new Placerville. That's what the founders did. They created Placerville, not Hangtown, and I hope you'll move us forward again tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kalinda Jones, go ahead.
Good evening. I am a faculty member from Folsom Lake College, and I've taught at the El Dorado Center. I've had interns placed in the city of Placerville, and we appreciate the great relationship that Folsom Lake College has had. And at the same time, in response to concerns for faculty, staff, and students about their safety, the Los Rios College Federation of Teachers, which is the faculty union that represents 2,500 faculty, we passed a resolution in October of last year urging the city council to remove the noose. We continue to urge you to do that so that our students, faculty, and staff, as they go through Placerville and get their higher education at the El Dorado Center, all of them feel as if it is a place where they can safely get their higher education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Matiak, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, Debbie. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Debbie Matiak. I've been a public school teacher for over 30 years, 24 years as a teacher at the Gold Trail Unit School District. I also live within that school district. And I wanted to share with you, I recently read a profound quote that states, "History is not there for you to like or dislike. It's there for you to learn from it. And if it offends you, even better, because then you're less likely to repeat it. It's not yours to erase. It belongs to all of us." So by removing the noose, deleting it, erasing it, you're effectively taking away that conversation with our children. And I don't want that conversation to be erased. Please keep the logo and end this debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Debbie.
Scott Matiak, go ahead.
Scott, it looks like you're still muted.
Thank you. Thank you.
There we go. You bet.
Thank you very much. I'm deeply concerned that public input has been unfairly limited on this issue. Current conditions prohibit in-person meetings, requiring the use of the internet and video technology to conduct business that is time sensitive. Even the phone-in option requires internet access to easily obtain the access to the phone numbers. The nature of this venue disenfranchises citizens without access to the internet or the ability to use video conference technology, whether due to bandwidth limitations, insufficient computer skills, or physical disabilities. The issue at hand is not time sensitive in any way. Therefore, common sense and our democratic heritage dictate that this issue be tabled until in-person public meetings can be resumed. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Kathleen Anderson, it's your turn.
Hi,
Hello, Kathleen.
I was born and raised in Placerville, El Dorado County, and I just want to make sure that you hear from one of the former silent majority that I oppose removing the noose and going down and accepting leftist progressive agendas. That's all.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Rob Simonowski, go ahead. Mr. Mayor, may I promote him to panelist so that he's able to speak?
You bet.
Thank you.
Hello, Rob. Looks like you need to unmute yourself there.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm a proud El Dorado High School graduate and graduate in American history from San Francisco State University. Placerville is a city rich in history and heritage. In the wake of the civil unrest we've seen over the last year in response to the policing of African Americans, we've seen different states and communities begin to remove Confederate imagery and statues from their state houses and other civic locations. The image of the noose in city imagery, however historically relevant, is as divisive as flying a Confederate flag at a state capitol. In 2002, I was a freshman at El Dorado High School, and our football team still had nooses on the sleeves of our uniforms. Many schools from the greater Sacramento area were made uncomfortable by the nooses when we played them and urged El Dorado Unified High School District to remove the noose from our uniforms. The school district agreed, and by my sophomore year, in the fall of 2003, the nooses were no longer on our uniforms. It was the right decision to lose the nooses from our uniforms in 2002, and it's the right decision to lose the nooses from official city emblems today. Finding ways to celebrate the rich history and heritage of Placerville without the use of the noose is hardly a challenge. Gold, apples, and mining in the bell tower are good ways to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Keely Link, go ahead.
Hi, City Council. I want to call in support of keeping, just say that I think it's very interesting that you guys opportunity for everyone to speak, but there's a lot of people that don't even know this meeting is happening, that aren't going to have their voices heard. And I really think it should go to a vote. And I think if you guys make a decision tonight and you guys take our news, when people realize this has happened, they will come back and vote, not on the news because they won't have the option, but they will vote you guys out. So you guys need to think about how important this is to our town, the people that aren't going to be able to have a voice tonight, and the voice that you'll be hearing later. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Clarici, go ahead.
All right, I got it right this time.
Good job, John.
Yeah, I know. Okay. I think the news should go. I think it's time. No town ever got more mileage out of hanging 3 people on an afternoon in 18 whenever than this one has. As for the history, this town is a lot more durable than that, and it has an awful lot of history, and we won't lose anything. And if you're worried about your kids not knowing about nooses in Hangtown, all you have to do is walk them up and down Main Street. There will be plenty of symbols like that for them to look at, and then you can explain it to them in any way you see fit. I think the noose is not a good thing. And I would like to see old dry diggings dredged up and put on something, because I really like that. And my wife, who's out there eating dinner, and I'm going to join her here in a moment, who is, let's see, Yvette Curryman Jakeway, thinks the noose should go as well. So that's my ode to people that have lived here a long time. Anyway, you guys are in a real tough spot. I suggest you rip this Band-Aid off tonight, and then we can all get on with things. Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you, John.
Jonathan Gainsborough, go ahead.
Mayor and Council, I admire your brilliance with the 1 minute idea. I was in Sacramento one night from 6 past midnight listening to people speak, advocates for the homeless. Just in brief, I've chosen the 1 minute option. The noose is neutral to some. To some, it's the symbol of justice. To some others, it's a symbol of death. To others, it's a symbol of righteousness and God's penalty on wickedness and murder. So perhaps a countywide vote, either for the residents of Placerville, as somebody's already said, or the entire county's 184,000 people, may be the only way to either catch a yes or a no, and to quantify what the residents, that's the ultimate decision, either a yes or a no.
Thank you,
And,
Jonathan.
thank you for what you're doing.
You bet. Thank you.
Derek, go ahead.
I'm a resident of Shingle Springs for 9 years. No one's really worried about getting hung. I mean, this is something that's come up with people being oversensitive. I'm not worried about this. Neither are my kids. You follow this to a logical conclusion, we're going to be removing mining from our history because of environmental concerns. It would be really interesting to find out how many people in this meeting are actually from El Dorado County and currently live in El Dorado County. We should not remove the noose. And we need to put this to a vote. You guys do not have the authority to do this.
All right, thank you, Derek.
Lori Pittman, go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Jason Pittman. I'm using my wife's account to speak this evening, but I'm a longtime resident of El Dorado County. I've lived here for 40 years, and I've grown up here. My family's lived here for a long time, and my wife and I chose to raise our family here. So thank you very much for having this conversation tonight. I know it's a challenging one, but I would endorse the decision to remove the noose. As a teacher in this county and down the hill for a long time, I've had many students express the fear that that symbol generates, and it's a real barrier for them to enjoy our community. And I think Placerville and El Dorado County have many things to celebrate beyond the noose. That was a small part of our history. And I welcome your guys' efforts to move this forward and find a new symbol for us to celebrate as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jonathan Burgess, go ahead.
Can everybody hear me okay?
You bet, Jonathan. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mayor, Council, City Manager. I come before you as a direct descendant of one of the first African-Americans that was brought to Gold Country, Rufus Burgess, our great-great-grandfather. And while I'm appreciative towards history, that news symbolizes hate. It symbolizes things that happen that are unimaginable to Black folks that were in the hills. And you wouldn't know these stories because those weren't stories that you would write about, but they live well in the Black community today. And I would ask that you guys not limit history. Like some people said, take that noose and put it in a book and talk about it somewhere else. But I'm going to read a quote that my great-great-grandfather wrote about a Black man that was hung for killing a guy that murdered his wife. He said it was a miscarriage of justice. It would be a miscarriage of justice for you guys to keep that symbol in your logo because of what it represents and what it means. And now I don't think that the people there today are racist or evil, but that's some deep-seated undertone things that affect people, and you can hear the emotion in my voice when I talk about it. And that's a passion that you will get from African Americans all over. And I speak to you, and I know I'm over my minute, but as a direct descendant of that town where my great-great-grandfather was brought over here in 1849, look him up. It's on record.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. Appreciate the call.
Zacchaeus Foss, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Go ahead.
Cool, enjoy. Thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so this is actually Ellie Foss. And so I'm a resident of Placerville. I'm writing you today to discuss the noose on the seal or the logo. And I think that the noose is a depiction of, it's a disturbing and unnecessary depiction. The message that the noose sends to people who live near and far is that Placerville is out of date. The noose is a hate symbol used to threaten and intimidate people. Although this was a few years back and separate from the city seal issue, a local business owner took it upon himself to hang a Colin Kaepernick doll inside their business. They did not seem to understand how offensive and racist this act was. It is important to remind the city council that a doll of a Black NFL player was hung in our town simply because he publicly knelt for the national anthem and spoke out against police brutality. This act shows that Placerville has a long way to go. Lose the noose. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ellie.
Kristen Souders, go ahead.
Hi, guys.
Hello, Kristen.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kristen Bliss Souders. I just wanted to say that, you know, as a resident of El Dorado County, if the message that Placerville wants to send in 2021 is one of intimidation, lynching, death, and punishment, then keep the noose in the logo. But I think that Placerville has a much more rich history that they can really dial into, and brands all over always do refreshes. And I think that now is the time to do a brand refresh. It doesn't mean we're losing our history. We're not walking away from justice. There's other ways to showcase that kind of symbolism in a powerful and positive way that allows everybody to feel both curious about Placerville in a way that doesn't make them feel intimidated. So right now we're on brand with the Confederate flag in counties that use that. I think that we can do better. And so I thank you for your time, and I hope you lose the noose.
Thank you, Kristen.
Nay J. Grant, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for having us here.
Thank you.
I guess I would just share that. So my girlfriend is a person of color, and I love Placerville. Grew up in Pollock, born and raised here, moved back for a while recently. She likes the area somewhat, but a lot of little things, and the noose is definitely on that list. They sink in for people of color. And you know, I can't live here with her anymore. That's not a safe it wouldn't be a kind thing to subject her to that. I know a lot of people don't, you know, mean to be racist, but it is a real lack of concern or just care to pretend that these things don't affect people of color the way they do. I guess that's my time. Thanks, guys.
Yep. Thank you, AJ.
Caller with the last three numbers, 968. Go ahead.
Hi. I have lived up here in El Dorado County for 30 years. My husband and I moved up here from South Sacramento with our two young kids. In South Sacramento, there was violence every day. We brought them to El Dorado County because it was a safe place to raise our kids. They have walked down Main Street, they've seen the dummy hanging, and they have grown into two responsible adults that give back to their communities every day by their professions. I'm also concerned about the guy that called from Sac County NAACP. He's really threatening to boycott our businesses if the city council doesn't go along and remove our news. That's just absolutely ridiculous. And then also I would like to know how many hours did the city council spend on this subject prior to May 25th, 2020, when George Floyd was murdered? Thank you. Keep the news.
Thank you.
Michael Saunders, go ahead.
Thank you all. Thank you for having the historic presentations, and thanks to all the presenters. Thanks to hearing from Mr. Burgess, I was able to speak briefly about his relatives. The story of Placerville is a story of inspiration. It is a story of a dusty, muddy town that grew from gold panning, grew through a railroad, continued, thrived, and survived through at least 3 major fires. The bell tower still stands. The history of Placerville from then to today is one of community coming together, despite the societal pressures and norms. It is one of working together and contributing for the good of the community, from all of its residents. We are here today not to erase history. Placerville is here today to make a choice. Today, Placerville will choose on what kind of and what parts of its rich history it wants to celebrate. You will choose what values you want to embrace. You will choose how you want to represent yourself to all its residents. You will choose how you want yourself to be presented to the rest of the county, the state, the nation. You will also choose how you want people to react to Placerville. Placerville can be seen as opening, inviting, and inspirational. The eyes of the nation are on us.
Thank you, Michael. And thank you for your doing your presentation.
Suzette, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to mention that did the NAACP just seriously threaten to boycott us if we?
My fault, Mayor Thomas, I'm sorry. I did not catch. Suzette has already had a turn to talk.
All right.
So we're going to move on. Hangtown Lady, I see your hand is also raised. So like the mayor said, we only have one chance to speak and you have had your turn. So we'll move forward with Bill Dowell. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Regina. Hey, Bill, if you could unmute yourself, please. All right, let's circle back around with Mr. DeWall there.
Well, Scott, go ahead.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
You bet. Cool. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes.
I don't know. Thank you guys for having me on. You know, I'm just really having a problem here trying to distinguish if this is like just satire, this whole issue going on, or I guess what some people would call controversy. But this whole thing just comes at me as sort of petty and pathetic. I don't see any reason why to remove this noose, especially historically speaking. This area wasn't a, let's say, Confederate sort of region during the Civil War and after. There was no heavy presence of KKK. There was no presence of people being lynched. Historically speaking, this was a very safe area for people of color. So I don't see the reason why people are having a problem with this. If you have a problem with vigilante justice amongst criminals, like delivering justice to criminals, then that could be a discussion upon itself. But I don't see a racial discussion here. And I kind of think it's kind of immoral and unethical to bring that up, as it's kind of scurrying away from real issues. And that's really all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Cole.
Yep. Thank you.
Calling user 14, go ahead.
Hello.
Hello there. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, my name's Jay Allen. I'm out of Camino, California. How's it going?
Good, thank you.
Hey, yeah, I mean, this whole thing is absolutely absurd. I mean, as far as what we're trying to people are trying to confuse the lynching of black people with the lynching of a few claim jumpers, and it seems like the woke leftist liberal mob is coming for Placerville right now. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. It has nothing to do with lynchings. They're going for the low-hanging fruit, and it's like, once we get rid of this noose, well, where does it stop?
All right, thank you.
Caller with the last three numbers, 833. Go ahead.
Hello there, 833. There we go.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Well, I guess I start off by saying you should just wash your hands of this whole thing and just let the people vote. That sounds like the most reasonable thing to do. To everyone saying they're scared to be here, it would be helpful to us if you would finish your sentence. I'm scared to be here because I got threatened by a guy with a noose, or I bumped into a Klans member at the Safeway. But all you say is that you're safe, you don't feel safe to be here, which is weird. I was born and raised here. I was born in Marshall Hospital. I've never seen a Ku Klux Klan person in real life, nothing like that. people who think the noose is a symbol of death are really not fun to go to Disneyland with, because I don't think they're going to run away from the Pirates of the Caribbean and say, "Oh my God, kids, it's a symbol of death." I mean, give me a break, you're a liar. Thank you to the NAACP guy for his passive aggressive threat of boycott. And lastly, if you've never seen a movie at the Empire Theater or a concert at the SolidWorks or played a video game at Sam's Town, I'd say piss off. Bye.
Thank you.
Calling user 2, go ahead.
Hello there. Call in user 2, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Oh, hey, there we go. Sorry, this is my first time doing this on the phone, so
Not a
trying
problem.
to figure it out.
You bet.
Yeah, so my name is Lisa, and I'm just calling because, you know, I hear a lot of people that are calling in and they just are dead set on the noose and keeping the noose. The noose doesn't have really anything to do with the history of the town, first of all. I mean, as a representation of the town. But it does cause a lot of negative connotations to people of color. And if you want to be a welcoming town, I would think that you would want to have a symbol for the city that represents that. And certainly a noose has its negative connotation, regardless of the history of where it came from. I mean, you're not going to put an incinerator, right, in Dachau as the city symbol, right? Because that's part of the history that they burned people in an incinerator.
I think your time is up here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sue Rodman, go ahead.
Hello, Sue. Sue, it looks like you need to unmute yourself on your side there. All right, let's circle back around to Sue there. Thank you.
Caller 1234.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, sorry. I'm commenting on this issue because I live in the city limits of Placerville, and I would like the Hangtown noose removed from our city symbols. Everyone I speak to in town also would like the noose removed. I just feel like the noose has to go. Just like one of the previous callers said, there's no other town in history that's gotten more mileage for hanging a handful of people back in the 1800s. I feel for you all on the city council because this is a really controversial issue. But it just seems like you need to rip the Band-Aid off again, like the guy said before, and just do it. My husband just commented as well to me, and he said he feels like one of the main issues is that people really feel like this is a slippery slope. If we remove the noose, what's next? But it's not a slippery slope. It's just one symbol. It's a negative symbol. It's a symbol of hate. And I don't like looking at it. I know my daughter doesn't like looking at it, and all of my daughter's friends don't like looking at it.
All right. Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you.
Local educator, go ahead.
Hi there.
Hello.
Can y'all hear me? Hello? Okay,
Hello.
thank you.
We
I
can
just
hear you.
wanted to share. I spent the day. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
No?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. So I spent the day speaking with state historians and hearing a little bit about the history, and it didn't stop with just a few. There was a lot of vigilante justice that grew against the Native Americans in the area. And I also heard from him about a man who was visiting from Ukraine staying at the Kerry House. He opened his window and saw a man hanging from a noose. He had fought in the war and seen the Nazis hang many people, and that took him back there. I talked with the man at the Verizon store today whose father visited and saw nooses hanging down all of Main Street, and he didn't feel safe. So we really need to think about what it is we want to represent. It's a false choice to think that we can have history with that. We don't need the noose to represent what has happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dan Trainer, go ahead.
Hi there. I've been a 30-year resident of Placerville, and the past year I've been leading small groups with my wife on race and reconciliation. And through these meetings, I've become aware of how many people of color do not come to Placerville because Placerville has a very negative reputation that I was not aware of. Recently, for instance, a woman came to speak at the local Episcopal church, and her adult son insisted on accompanying her here. That really startled me. As I walked down Main Street, I noticed a lot of white people, very few people of color, whether they're Hispanic or Black. And as a fourth grade teacher of California history and doing my own research of California history, I'm shocked at how poorly we teach the real California history. Now, this is not a new history we're talking about. It's a history we need to revisit. Thank you, and I hope you take down the noose.
Thank you, Dan.
Theodore Barish, your turn.
Hi, I'm, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm a El Dorado High School student, and I just wanted to say that according to the ADL, the noose is a hate symbol akin to the swastika. And even though that in Germany, everyone knows about the Holocaust, obviously, not to directly compare this to the Holocaust, but everyone knows about the Holocaust and they remember it, but they don't have swastikas on their emblems. And they still understand their history. It isn't about erasing history. It's about removing symbols of like malice towards minorities, because there were actually a genocide. There was actually a genocide of natives, and nooses themselves are associated with lynching, et cetera, et cetera. And I just don't think that it's fit to be on the town emblem.
Thank you, Theodore.
Mo, go ahead.
Yep, you're there, Mo. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a fairly new resident to Placerville in the county of El Dorado of 3 years from the Bay Area. I moved here because the Bay Area had become so overrun with crime and just no punishment for any of that. I was scared for my child to attend public school there for a number of reasons, and I could go on and on and on. However, visiting Placerville gave me kind of a renewed hope in California and places where people can go to live a comfortable, free life. Driving down Main Street and learning the history of Placerville with the gold and all the things like that was a really nice lesson that I could teach my son in history. It also was a lesson that I could teach him about, choices, right and wrong choices, and what those consequences yield, right? Good consequences or negative consequences. Now, I get that those consequences are different this day and age. And that's something that we should all feel privileged to have, that those consequences aren't as deep as they were before. Nonetheless, it has nothing to do with
Regina. Just a second, Regina. I still want to be sure to honor everybody's time with the 1 minute, and you're welcome to hang on and go for a two minute section, but please be mindful of your time. Thank you so much.
Lauren Gutty, go ahead. Mr. Mayor, Lauren has a version that is incompatible. Can I move her to a panelist so she can speak?
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Lauren. Thank you.
Hello, okay.
I'm a student at El Dorado High School. I've lived here for about 4 years now, and I'd like to say that the preservation of history is through education and not through the praise of violent history. And you'd be pretty shocked at how inaccessible that history can be. And anyone that genuinely cares about the town history needs to do their own research, but violent and uninviting symbolism doesn't educate people. Anybody who really cares about the preservation of our town history needs to participate in sharing it rather than cling to a symbol of hate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the last three numbers, 010, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council.
Good evening.
I'm calling on behalf of Erin Dixon, Chair of the Wampum Tribe. She's unable to speak tonight because she's at the bedside of a family member in hospital. She's sent this message for the City Council. Dear City Council, we'd like to thank the City Council for inviting us to submit a video for the Placerville history presentations. Producing the video was an emotional experience for the tribe. Due to a family illness, we submitted the video today and hope the city will still post our video. We will also be posting the video ourselves on YouTube and on the tribe's website at www.realmiwoktribe.com. We would like to reintroduce ourselves to the newly elected council members and the public on the phone. The Wampumne Nisenan Miwok tribe has over 200 years of documented history in El Dorado County. We had many villages in El Dorado County, including a very large village site in Placerville, where today sits the Dollar Tree Shopping Center on Upper Broadway. We are federally documented, carrying Bureau of Indian Affairs identification papers. Our tribe signed the 1851 Treaty of Consumnes River and were written about by John Sutter in his diaries. The Wampumne tribe helped John Marshall build the mill and discover gold at Coloma. We were known in the county as the Coloma Indians, the Pollock Pines Indians, the Placerville Indians, and named the Shingle Springs Indians by John Sutter himself.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Sarah, go ahead.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
You bet, Sarah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Council, and thanks to the callers who shared their opinions. I'm actually a little surprised that this has become as big of an issue as it is. This is a government logo, a brand. It's not a history book. For those that think this deserves a public vote, I think that would be an unfortunate use of tax dollars. It's a logo and it's kind of creepy. Those claiming that to modify the logo erases history would have you think that history began in 1850. And many people lived here before Hangtown, yet no callers have raised the need to preserve that Indigenous history. And then with respect to the comment made by LaMills Garrett representing the NAACP, I think it's unfortunate that people chose to focus on what they perceived was a threat to business instead of the real issue he raised, which is that people of color have a hesitancy visiting Placerville. That's the real impact on business. I know people have expressed this concern. And I think what I heard from those responding to him was that, those people should still want to come here, even if we aren't willing to make you feel welcome here. So that's something to dig into and think about. Thank you.
And if we can avoid calling out other people, what we'd like to hear is your personal comments on this issue and not commenting on one another. It gets to that point of personal attacks, and we would prefer to keep it to what your feelings are on this issue. Thank you.
Sarah Saunders, go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I was very impressed by the optimism of Mr. Clarici's presentation of the historical aspects of Placerville, focusing on modern Placerville. And it highlighted a city with a population that is younger than the surrounding county. I like to think that that means that there's a lot of vibrancy and growth possible here. One thing he said that really struck me was there is no one thing that identifies Placerville. And he meant commerce, but it applies equally to this one symbol that we've all concentrated on. There's so many wonderful things about this area that we can all embrace and celebrate. And we can participate in the dream of the people who have gone before. to take advantage of the many blessings of location and climate, access to nature and workforce, we can honor those people and their decisions that moved what was once a hardscrabble mining town to a town that valued lawfulness and economic opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah.
We'll move on to Kristen. This is a different Kristen. Go ahead.
I did see that. In fact, I could get Joe Chapman.
Oh,
to
stop.
build it.
Hi, I'm so sorry. So I was born and raised at mute buttons, pesky. Born and raised and graduated from El Dorado High School. I'm currently in Placerville, and my support for removing the noose as mainly because I've witnessed firsthand the noose and noose imagery being weaponized, honestly, by Placerville residents in a threatening way towards others, mainly towards Black Americans. As a teen at El Dorado, I watched fellow students scream the N-word and other unwelcoming language at basketball players up from Oakland for a basketball tournament that we hosted. And last week, I've seen grown men in Hangtown Proud Boys shirts screaming at residents protesting the noose to go back to the Bay Area. If you think there was not a KKK here, you can ask my mother, who saw the flyer for the KKK posted in the teacher's lounge of an El Dorado County school in the 60s. So I think that it is very much part of our history, but it is a part of our history. And I don't think, unfortunately, it has been used responsibly. I would encourage you to remove it.
Thank you, Kristen.
Adam C., go ahead.
Adam, looks like you need to unmute yourself. All right, Ms. McCall, let's go ahead and move on.
Tiffany Moore, go ahead.
Sorry, this meeting.
Oh, you muted yourself again, Tiffany. That mute is sometimes challenging.
There I am. Hi. Good evening. Longtime resident, born and raised. I gotta say, I'm disappointed in the way that the Board of Supervisors has handled this issue. It's been put on agendas, taken off agendas, it's been debated, it's been shelved. And I feel like it's honestly created more division amongst our town. And I'm not sure why this wasn't put on the November ballot. And it shouldn't be made by a handful of people. It should be made by, all of us that live here. And I don't like hearing threats from people who don't live here and other means of intimidation. If we are going to cave to intimidation from people who don't live here, raise children here, or plan to grow old here, then I guess we don't deserve to call our town Hangtown anymore, because we've really lost our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Vern B., go ahead.
Yeah, hi there. I've lived here my entire life, and I think you should keep everything the way that it is. I think this is cancel culture at its height, and it's a classic case of symbolism over substance. Just the fact that you guys are even bringing this up is frankly ridiculous. I mean, you all should be ashamed of yourselves. Everyone that, what's next? The cannons in front of the courthouse, do we need to remove those? How many thousands or millions of people have cannons killed? I just think that you can't cave to the minority, and if you want to do something about it, put it up to a vote to residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Vern.
Diane Carlson, go ahead.
All right, thanks. I just want to add my voice to the other voices in the community that are asking to remove the noose. I am also a professor at Folsom Lake College, and I also teach at the El Dorado Center. And like my colleagues before me have stated, my students as well have talked about their discomfort with coming, whether they live in the community, but especially folks who are coming up to our campus. And I do have a great concern for them. I want them to have the same kind of of good educational experience that anyone has. And so I've paid attention to that for nearly 10 years of hearing students actually and colleagues as well who have discomfort with coming up here. The only other thing I'll really say is that we all know the history of the noose as a weapon of racist terror. Every single one of us knows that, whether it was used that way in Placerville or not, is pretty much irrelevant. But its pervasive use in US history and California's own history makes it quite relevant to the experience of people and students who live here and who come through here and are in this place. So it's not getting rid of any trace of history to ask that the noose take its suitable place in a museum or a history class. It's not rewriting history to consider how we want to represent ourselves moving forward.
And I would like to remind, there might have been some people that have come in late, and normally in city council meetings, we have a 3-minute time limit. With the number of people that are choosing to speak on this particular issue, we have reduced the time limit to 1 minute initially for those who want to speak. And now everybody gets one bite at the apple. If they can keep them to 1 minute, we certainly appreciate that. In a short bit here, we're going to change to 2 minutes. Now it'll only be for new callers and nobody can recall. I just wanted to kind of update everybody on that because some people may have showed up late and weren't aware of what we're doing here. So we're still currently accepting calls on a 1 minute time limit, and we're going to take a break here in 10 minutes, regardless of which way we go, where we're at. So we're going to give us another 10 minutes and we're going to take a break for our council, and then we'll be back after that. So for right now, let's go ahead and continue with our 1 minute comments. Thank you, Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ruth Michelson, go ahead.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to try to be a voice of unity, because I really don't see this as an either or situation, as many callers have called in about. It's not like we're suggesting a book burning, that we're gonna, in the middle of town, bring all the history books and light a flame to them and watch them burn. We are talking about a noose on a logo. Look, there's so many ways to present history. And for all of those who have called in who don't want history erased, why don't you put the energy into making the best presentation that you can at our 2 local museums, or in a new location, in an empty building in town, right in the heart of downtown. I just think that when we send out documents and they have a noose, that's not really an opportunity to tell about history. People just simply see the logo and they don't know what it all means. So can't we have it both ways? Can't we get rid of it where there's no explanation given, but yet promote it where there is adequate explanation? I think we really can't meet this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Call-in user 16.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Basically, what I have to say is that the noose itself is irrelevant. It's really just a attempt for leftists to put the camel's nose in the tent and begin turning around everything about this town. At some point down the line, if you give into this, you will be arguing over the gold pan itself, because it is a symbol of colonialism, because the gold rush itself is a symbol of colonialism. You'll then be defending cowboys as invaders. And if they make you budge on this, you will be budging on everything for the next 20 years, until this will just be another generic town with no history and nothing interesting to bring in the tourists and the dollars and all of that. It'll just be some lazy mountain town full of nothing.
Thank you.
Concerned citizen, go ahead.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Great. Hi, I'm Dr. Chochezi. I'm also an educator in the area at Folsom Lake College. I have also been contacted by numerous students and colleagues who are offended and hurt by the news. And I really want to encourage those who are in favor of the news and who don't see a problem with it and who don't believe that it hurts people to examine empathy and think about how you might feel about other issues that don't directly impact you but hurt your fellow citizens. And if you want to appeal to tourists for money, then you should also want us to contribute to the issue. And if it's not your right, City Council, then whose right is it? You represent the people who elected you. So I think it's your right to make this decision, and I hope you lose the news. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Harris, go ahead.
Sorry about that, everyone. I had a mouthful of chips right when you called on me.
Thank you, Michelle.
Really like to keep Placerville rural, keep Placerville country, and keep Placerville at its roots. The history is so rich here, and I really like the idea of putting it on the ballot and letting actual locals vote on it and hearing our voices.
All right. Thank you, Michelle.
Groff, go ahead.
Groff, looks like you are muted still. There you go. Hello there.
Hello?
Hello. Looks like you're live.
Okay, awesome. Well, hey, thank you guys. Appreciate you guys doing what you do. I just wanted to say that I agree with the majority of the people that have spoken this far this evening. The news is part of history. I know we've had some locals on there from the high school level saying that this affects them. I have 3 kids. None of these symbols affect them. In fact, they're red-blooded Americans that believe in history, and you can't erase history by canceling it. You learn from it, you grow from it, and you move on from it. And that's it. My grandparents are immigrants to this country. Both started with nothing, spit on from Mexico and Spain. And they both retired self-made millionaires because they're in America. And this is the greatest country that there is in the world. And they've learned from history. They've adapted. And in my opinion, that's what we should do. Hangtown is no exception to that. And if anybody wants to really read the history books, how many people of color were hung in Hangtown? 0.
All right. Thank you, Groff.
Thank you.
Don Basquiano, go ahead.
Nancy and Peter Gooch are my great-great-grandparents, and Pearlie Monroe is my great-grandfather. I want to make it clear their lives were not the utopia that has been painted to support the continued presence of the town news and antiquated naming of Hangtown. Pearlie spent his latter years in Sacramento, stayed until his death, removing himself from the pain associated with the racial tension that existed and apparently may still exist today. Removing that noose, that symbol of hate, does not erase history. The hangman's noose has come to symbolize acts of brutality, meant to elicit fear, pain, and separatism, an ugly reminder of the dark past deeply rooted in racial violence, whether you choose to accept it or not. Council asks that you make the decision to remove the noose. If you choose not to, please put it on the ballot for the locals to decide. Let folks know that still in 2021, we have not come as far as we should have, and the perpetuation of inequity continues to thrive here in the state of California, here in Placerville.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina Roulette, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a local educator in the area and I have 2 children who are growing up in this community. I wanted to say that yes, I understand that it is a symbol of history that we have used. I myself grew up here and understand the idea that it's a symbol of history, but not all symbols need to continue, especially when they are symbols of hatred and oppression for many people. Not only that, but I think that our use of this symbol of oppression and hatred gives rise to others to think about and allow them to see other symbols of hate and hateful speech as being okay in our community. I recently, on a local running trail, saw symbols of hatred on the trail, and things such as the swastikas and the words "kill Jews" on our local running trails. So keeping these symbols that obviously have hatred behind them for many people is just accentuating that idea and letting others think that it's okay.
Thank you,
So I would
Christina.
highly ask you to please.
Regina.
We'll move on to David Conrad. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi there. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to public comments on this issue. I just wanted to offer a perspective on it as a city resident. The new symbol doesn't really affect me personally. It doesn't really bother me, but that's not really the point for me and why I'm calling in asking you to consider removing the noose. I think it's important for us to just listen honestly and openly to the voices and the opinions of specifically people of color. I had an experience. I was down in Sacramento and met a Black man who lives down there. I told him we're from Placerville, and immediately his countenance kind of darkened, and he's like, "Well, they don't like me up there. I don't really go up there." And it was a hard moment where I had to accept the fact that the way we see ourselves, not necessarily the way we're seen by others. And one small thing like a noose logo on our city symbol can be a symbol of oppression to someone else, when for us it's a symbol of history. So I'm just urging you to listen to the voices of others for whom it's a negative symbol, and recognize that there are other perspectives. So thank you for considering losing the noose.
All right, thank you very much, David. And with that, we are going to take a pause and allow our council members to stretch their legs and whatever else. And so we'll be back in 10 minutes, and everybody stay in the queue. We'll be back and we'll be taking care of you. So thank you. First of all, I want to thank everybody for a little bit of grace and allowing us to take a break there. The city council has been at it since 4:15. Our meeting started with a closed session. So I appreciate everybody's grace. And I want to also let everybody know that we're still in the 1 minute time frame. So we appreciate everybody keeping their comments to 1 minute. And after everybody has done speaking on 1 minute, people can go ahead and we'll open it up for 2 minute comments. And but I think everybody has done a great job of keeping it to 1 minute. I know it's not easy. I know maybe not all of you see a clock, and yet I truly appreciate it's allowing us to give everybody a chance to be heard. And I think everybody's gotten a chance to get their voice heard here as well. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. And with that, Ms. O'Connell, if we can bring the meeting back to order and open it up for additional public comments for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will start with Adam C. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, guys. Thanks. Yeah, born and raised here, Placerville, 44 years. I am pro keeping the news. Man, what a job you guys have listening to the same arguing points over and over again. So although I have many, I'm not going to do that to you. I think I do think everyone deserves a voice, and I think the best voice is having a honest, fair vote. And that would be the only way to do this, is have the residents of the city of Placerville vote on this topic. So anyway, that's all I got for you. I appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you, Adam.
All right, we have two people with the name of Grace in the queue. This one is for Grace with a capital G. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Grace, and I'm a 10-year-old fifth-grade student.
Grace, I think you have another device on somewhere. If you could turn that one off.
Oh. Sorry.
There we
I'm
go.
a fifth-grade student in El Dorado County, and I've lived here my whole life, and I would like to preserve this history. I believe it doesn't have anything to do with anyone's race, so it's not offending to anyone. It's a symbol that we took care of our problems in history, and it's good history. We should learn that. We need to know that we are taking care of our county, right? And so when we have a symbol like that, it means that we're taking care of our county. So we should keep that. And if it's not, like, it's a good symbol. It means that our country has good consequence. Well, not the best, like, it's not like a good consequence, but it's for bad people that do bad things. So they got that consequence. It just means that we took care of this, our county. It makes me feel like we have a safe county, and
Thank
that
you,
means we're
Grace.
taking care of our history.
Thank you very much.
Now we have Grace with the lowercase g. Go ahead. Grace, please unmute yourself.
I wonder if that wasn't the same one on two different devices.
That would make sense. Let's move on to Maggie B. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Hello, Maggie. There you go.
Hi,
Hello.
my name's Maggie. I'm an El Dorado County resident. I've been here for about 13 years. I'm raising 3 children here. My husband is a lifelong resident, and we would just like to preserve the history here in El Dorado County. We feel that it's important to not cancel culture based on not just minority, but just feelings of just feelings. History is history, and it should not be erased. And it's important. And if we erase history, people don't know what happened, and things are forgotten. I would like this to become a vote, and I think that it should be important to all the county residents. So I think that that should be encouraged and something that's taken up.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank
Sue Reese, go ahead.
Good evening, Sue.
I think I put my hand down. I
Nope,
apologize.
nope, you're still here. You're all good.
Well, that's okay. I am in favor of lose the noose, and it's not erasing history. It's putting it where it belongs in a museum, and that's what I would like to see done. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
You have someone by the name of Nunn. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, my name is Danny. Well, we moved here in the 1980s, and so I still live here, as well as my extended family. And I just wanted to present 2 points. One would be that just growing up and graduating from high school here, my contemporaries always kind of thought that the noose was kind of fringe and hokey, and we were slightly embarrassed by it. So that's, from 30 years ago, that was sort of how it was viewed. And in the present day context, I can see that it's becoming a more impassioned issue. I did want to bring up one concern I have about if we were to transition to a new logo, which I wouldn't mind a new logo, but it would have to do with costs. And so I was going to present the idea that maybe prior uses of the symbol could be grandfathered in, and a redesigned logo could be placed on new physical uses going forward, just in an effort to smooth the process of a transition and hopefully do some cost saving. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
Sue Rodman, go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening, Sue.
I can't believe that we have spent almost, it's been over 6 months at every city council meeting. Everybody has been pro and against the damn noose. I think the noose needs to go. It's such a small part of our history anyway. I mean, one afternoon, they hung 3 guys. That's not a big deal, really, when you look at the history of a lot of towns all across the West. We've got a lot more things to celebrate than a noose. I think it's a minor thing. It's very tiny on the picture anyway. Let's just get rid of it. I think you had the best decision when you first brought it up. Just take the noose off. It doesn't need to be there. There's no prevailing reason to have it. So let's get rid of it.
Thank you, Sue.
My opinion.
Tony Wendell, go ahead.
Hey guys, thanks so much, and you guys are doing a great job tonight. 46-year resident of Placerville, and I think it's important that there's a vote tonight. I think putting it on the ballot, you're going to hear these comments every single city council meeting up until the vote happens during open comment, and I think it's a good idea just to get this done and go with the consensus of lose the noose. So you guys have a great night and take care.
All right, thank you, Tony.
All right, last name DeWall, first name Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a member of the Sacramento Anti Fascist. I'm in solidarity with El Dorado County. I am very offended and afraid of the noose, and I'm also afraid of the crosses on all your Christian churches. We plan on removing those too, and we will be up at your town, and we will do what we have to do if you do not take it down. Thank you.
All right.
Just one moment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Take your time.
Hello?
Just to say, are we good, Regina? Go ahead, Brian. You're good to go.
Awesome. Hey guys, the conversation tonight has been incredible, and I think you guys are doing an amazing job. I wanted to say that I really agree with Tony. He made an amazing point. You know, votes are great, ballots are great. Not everybody has the opportunity to go out and vote, and that is a struggle, and that's why we have this governmental process. That's why we have you guys as our elected officials. You know, we put our faith into you guys, you know, doing your job and representing the people of Placerville. And I think you guys are doing an awesome job. And I think this decision really needs to be made tonight by you guys. You have the authority to do so. You speak on our behalf. We voted for you guys to be there to represent this town. So I really wish you the best in this difficult decision. And God bless. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Brian.
Sophia Shepherd, go ahead.
Hi.
Hello.
I'd just like to strongly urge you guys to remove the noose. It is a deeply, deeply disturbing symbol of hate and racism that has a deep connection to our country's history. And it's a really, really embarrassing thing to have. And I think that our community has so much more to offer. And I think that it also opens up a lot of space for the racist and proud boys in our town to feel free and open to express their racist views and make the people of color and Indigenous people in our town feel very, very unsafe. And I think that's something to look at. And I think that we need to move on and make it safe and prioritize the people of color in our town. And I think it'll be very telling if you guys don't remove the news where you reside and who you prioritize in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia.
Bonnie Davis, go ahead.
Hello, Bonnie. Looks like you need to unmute yourself there. There you go.
Oh, sorry about that. I've been talking away. Oh man. Okay, so where was I? Let's see. I feel like we're at a point where this is so much about race when really the news for Hangtown has nothing to do with race. So I don't understand why it's almost like one side is putting so much pressure and saying, you're racist. If you leave it, then this is a racist town. And it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with history. And I don't think that we should be taking that down. You know, look at how much we've lost over the summer with all the monuments. And yeah, I think we should keep it. I think we should keep our history. We should have it for the kids. And, you know, you erase everything, then where's your opportunity to learn from it? And like others have said, you know, the noose, it's not even so much even about the noose anymore. It's once we remove that, then Hangtown's next. And how many businesses will have to change their name? And
thank you, thank you, Bonnie.
All right, Mike, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Irish, Black, and Native American, and I know one of the most famous people who was hanged on the hangman's tree was named Irish Dick. I am not remotely offended by that. If somebody's a criminal and does something bad and needs to be punished, then so be it. I don't see how destroying that history would benefit this town at all. I wish that we weren't getting all these threats by outsiders who have no stake in this town. And the idea that we should have to surrender the identity of our town, a place that was called Hangtown before it was called Placerville, and was described as a Babel where you could hear every language spoken on earth. It may have been the most metropolitan and you know, inclusive place on the planet at that time.
Hey, Mike,
and that's some terrible history to surrender.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so that ends our section of, well, nope, we're still got a few more people popping in here for our 1 minute stretch. Okay. Okay, Regina.
Thank you. Let's start with Matt. Go ahead. You've got 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Matt Shepard, and I'm a longtime resident of Placerville since I was a young boy. And just wanted to comment that I really feel like the noose never had any meaning to the youth or my rearing or my education in this area at all. I think it was just something we saw, we didn't really care much about. So for those who are saying that it had some significant meaning in their lives as they grew up, I would disagree. I think the main point is that we don't have anybody on the highway to sit and listen and try to explain to everyone that's coming through our town the history of our town. We don't have anybody who's down there, every visitor walking through our town, seeing nooses, seeing people hanging on side of buildings. We don't have people around to explain the history of our town and these things that are so important to some of us. So we leave this very raw and kind of wretched taste in people's mouth as they come and don't understand. And it just all is trying to decide whether we're trying to be a welcoming and inclusive community or not. And I think that's the biggest point. We just don't have the manpower to explain to everyone coming through our county what the history of Hangtown is. And so we're left with the visual of the noose. And I think that that's not what should represent us as a people here in this county. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Matt.
Lex, go ahead.
Hi, I've been a resident of this town since '82. I brought my kids up here and raised them because I thought that would be a good place to live. But anyway, everybody says that that the noose is mob brutality. It's not, it's justice. It has nothing to do with race, has to do with being a criminal. Don't let the few control the masses and allow them to erase our history. It didn't seem to be an issue until a small group of people came up here and pushed the hate issue and said that they were offended. So far, the noose hasn't stopped the town from prospering and growing. You can't even find a house to rent anymore. That's how horrible this little town is. If you go to buy a house, it's usually gone already. I don't think it's fair for only a few to rule about the noose. And I think the council should take the pressure off themselves and do the right thing and put it on the ballot for a vote for the local citizens, not the whole county, the local citizens that are affected by Hangtown.
Thank you.
And if I can I have 1 second.
Lex, I think your time is up.
Sent into
Thank you.
this.
Eric Perkins, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. Thank you, Eric.
Perfect. Thank you. So I am I'm a history teacher actually in El Dorado County. And one of the things that I often teach my students is that history cannot be erased, but it can be forgotten. One aspect of history that has locally been forgotten is that people originally in Placerville were not proud of the name Hangtown. They voted to call it Dry Diggins or Placerville, anything other than Hangtown. I also agree with Sue Rodman that the noose represents a minuscule part of our past. There are so many other symbols that we could embrace that represent positive history in this area. And I think that our symbols say more about us in the present than they do about our past in general. So I am in support of removing the noose from the city iconography. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Luli, go ahead.
Luli, it looks like you need to unmute yourself there. Hello, Luli. All right. So O'Connell, let's, oh, yeah, okay. At this time, we have, it looks like we have, well, okay, I want to double check. Is it the people that have their hands up, please leave them up if they want to speak for 1 minute. All right. And all right, and it's back. So, all right, let's go ahead and we're going to go to 2-minute time span now. And we want to thank everybody for taking the opportunity to have brief comments and yet very poignant. And we look forward to hearing from more people now. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll start with Irene Lipshin. Go ahead.
Thank you for tonight. And I'm writing this. This was a letter I had submitted, and I'm speaking on behalf of the children of our town and all those who visit. I'm a parent and a retired teacher of children of all ages. from preschool through high school, and a longtime resident, 30 years teaching in El Dorado County, including 20 in Placerville. The lack of diversity in our town and county makes teaching and learning to respect, understand, and live in a non-diverse community a challenge we must meet. I've seen graffiti of the noose, the hangman, swastikas, hanging bodies, hate language, and images scrawled on our bike trails and some of the walls of our town. Most disturbing of all have been the doodling and graffiti of swastikas and the hangman and nooses, including racist and anti-Semitic words by students, elementary and middle high school students, in their notebooks and art, and sometimes on the playground. For our town and for the future, please remove all symbols and references to nooses, the hangman, hanging, and hangtown. The name of our town, Placerville, should be official without the nickname Hangtown. The hangman and noose are especially egregious and frightening symbols of hate and violence swinging on our public sidewalks and street. It is an outdated tourist attraction that does not represent our town and is not historically relevant or correct. Lose the noose. A private business should not have the power to choose to retain that symbol of violence and hate. Thank you for considering what is best for our town and children. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene.
Mandy Rodriguez, go ahead.
Hello, Mandy. Looks
Hello?
like- there you go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so I got my 2 minutes here. Sorry. Okay, so 10 months ago, this was only about the city seal. Now it's about everything Hangtown. 2 days ago, Black Lives Matter El Dorado County put out a threat to the public house through Instagram, saying they highly recommend the public house reconsider the hangman outside of their business and, quote, "We will see you on the sidewalk in front of your pub if George hangs there." At an earlier city council meeting, Elizabeth Dubois, Black Lives Matter El Dorado County, said, "Chaos is coming. I take these as threats, and so should the rest of the city and the city council. If the city council takes a knee to this dangerous virus called wokeism, they will in fact put a target on 150 plus businesses with the name Hangtown." Today, Black Lives Matter El Dorado County posted a picture of a middle finger, a noose wrapped around it, and a Klansman hanging from the noose. By BLM EDC putting that graphic on a t-shirt and sharing all over social media, they just proved that they are not triggered or offended by seeing a noose as they're wearing it on t-shirts. So their argument that they are offended is inconsistent and now void. There is a recall coming up, and you can put this on a ballot for a vote for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
Melinda Velasco, go ahead.
Hi.
Hello, Melinda.
So it's reached a point when keeping the noose on Placerville city documentation is inexcusable. Eyes are on all of us. No one can feign ignorance at this point or justifiably claim adherence to any selective history. If we are completely honest, we all know it's time to move on. It's time for Placerville to finally move past the marker of murder, violence, brutality, torture, and chaos that has been tied to our community for decades. The noose isn't quaint. It's not cute. It's a symbol of hate and death. Enough is enough. There are times when all of us must rise up and be willing to face whatever comes from doing what we know is right. Now is the time when you, as our elected officials, must rise up to face the long-standing issue of the noose directly with bravery and commitment to the betterment of our town. It is time. It is your time. Change often comes with growing pains. I would say that our town has been a bit battered by all of the change that we've lived through in the last year. On Friday, dozens of Proud Boys, some of them bearing knives on their pockets, out of their pockets. They faced off against local activists during a Lose the Noose protest at the courthouse. I've lived in Placerville since 1981. I've never seen this kind of thing before. The people protesting were people I've grown to know and cherish. Lizzie was there, Michelle, Leo, and many more people. The counter protesters were there ostensibly to support the noose. They also happen to be white men. So this discussion about how there's no racism involved in it, I think is, well, it's not true. Change often comes with growing pains, but change must come. I ask you to act with decisiveness and that you not be swayed by the people who may call in to yell at you and shame you into compliance. Stand strong, do what's best for the community, trust your gut. It's time for Placerville to reimagine itself as something better than a noose.
Thank you, Melinda.
Barbara Driscoll Rogers, go ahead.
Hi.
Hey, Barbara.
Well, I called Cleve today to say, you know, Cleve, I know when I worked at the police department in the early 80s is when the current logo got put in place. And I think I told you before, I never even noticed the noose. And then I told him, I go, so what do we have before 1978? And so I remembered that I had my badges and my ID cards mounted. And I went to my own old ID card issued by Al Hersig in 1978. And I told Cleve, I go, oh, darn, guess what's on this logo? But on the opposite side, a noose. Now, I never noticed it, okay? I pity you guys, and I also respect you for what you're doing. Because in my opinion, and for everybody out there listening, you didn't have to bring this forward to nearly change your city seal. Like I told Cleve, just take the noose off. That's all you have to do. And so I commend you for what you're doing. I don't really think it had to come to the public. It definitely doesn't have to go to a vote. And I never heard anything about taking the word or name Hangtown from other businesses. So I know everybody's passionate right now. I just wish everybody would calm down and just try to get along and not have this back and forth bantering of one group versus another group. There is so much more history in this town. So for every single person who called in tonight going, oh, you're trying to take our history away. Where were you people when people were trying to save Confidence Hall? I don't think any of you were there. So think about the fire department, think about John Studebaker, think about Placerville Hardware, think about the Raffles Hotel or the Carey House now. Think of all the other beautiful things this town has to offer.
Thank you, Barbara.
Anyway, good.
Amanda, go ahead.
Hello, Amanda. All right. Looks like her hand went down.
Julie Robinson, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. You know which side I'm on. I'm on the remove the noose side. I actually was very moved by this one letter and I wanted to share it with everybody. It's by Ruth Michelson. One of the meanings of the noose is suicide by hanging. Why would we choose to have the symbol of death by hanging? Let's look at this history together and honor those who died in this very sad way in the last 24 years in our county. February 97, Ben Bratt, 13. He used an amplifier cord to hang himself from his bunk bed in Pollock Pines. April 18th, 2001, Keturah Billerstein, 28, hung herself from a tall pine tree in Cameron Park. 14th of April, 2010, Alan Leo Peters, 64, hung himself from the Weber Creek Bridge on Forney Road. June 11th, 2012, Jane Doe hung herself in an enclosed trash area in the El Dorado Hills Town Center. 11th of September, 2012, Linnea Lomax, 19, from Coloma, found hanging in a tree near the Sacramento River. March 2015, Julian Jacobs, 31, beloved photography teacher at El Dorado High School, hung herself in her classroom. September 26th, 2016. Lawrence Jake Spies Jr., 34, found hung in his jail cell while on suicide watch. These are the suicide hangings that made it to the news. There are countless others in our county. As a therapist, I worked with EMTs, the ones that work for the fire departments, the ones that go out when there is a medical emergency call. One of their jobs is to cut people down when they've hung themselves from the rafter in a barn or from whatever they've hung themselves from. These stories don't make the newspapers, but they do cause PTSD to the survivors. Then there was my neighbor Max, an older guy who lived alone. He'd broken his leg in an accident. He was in a room at Marshall Hospital since he needed surgery to fix his leg. I'd visited him there. He was worried about how he'd make it on his own once he got out. We tried reassuring him that neighbors would help him out, but Max decided to hang himself right there at Marshall with a cord from the window blind. I think that's
Julie?
why they
Julie,
don't have window blinds anymore.
thank
Thank
you
you.
for your comments.
Cheryl Trainer, go ahead.
Thank you, council members, for reading my letter. I'm just going to try to highlight a few things for the public and try to keep it to a minute. I'm a resident of this county for 30 years. I've worked for nonprofits in this county. I've raised my children here, and I'm just speaking to the power of an image, whether it's a noose or anything else. Images to me are very powerful. And I think that they speak to something beyond just that noose or whatever it is. The main points I want to make is my own sadness that I hesitate to walk down Placerville with my grandson to buy ice cream. The symbol or image of a noose of someone hanging in our street is not something that I feel comfortable bringing my grandson when he comes to visit downtown. And that makes me sad because I loved raising my kids here. But as I become more aware of powers of symbols, I see a noose as an extreme consequence. Often it was used for a punishment for people that weren't even proved of wrongdoing. Many speak of it being a part of our history, but it's only a small part of our history. And as I've learned more about our history, there's a lot that we have not been taught about our history, including the history of the indigenous in our community. The image of the noose is not just a Placerville symbol. It represents a history of a larger and broader history of injustice in California, in El Dorado County, and in the United States. The quote that I'd like to share as I get closer to closing is that many of the lynchings of the Mexicans took place during the gold rush from 1848 to 1855, when Anglos chafed at having to compete with Mexicans for mining claims. That was quoted in the New York Times in 2019. So I'd rather our city be promoting something about its farms, its rivers, whatever, our history of the gold rush, but something positive that represents life and welcomes all people. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter.
Thank you.
Lily, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Lily and I'm 13. And this is my sister Grace. And I'm 10. We would like to, we have lived here our whole lives. And we think trying to take away our history of our town is really dumb. We understand that people have feelings, but it isn't racist. In any way, all the people who were hung were white. And they were all attempted murderers or thieves. They were bad people. So if you're scared of a noose, then why do you have it on your BLM shirts? It doesn't really make sense. We also like to say thank you to Mandy Rodriguez because, yeah, she just sounded really smart. We hope that you take it into consideration, put it on a ballot. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maura Magnuson, go ahead.
Good evening, Maura. Looks like you're muted. There you go.
There I am.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, City Council, for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a 24-year resident of Placerville. as pictured on the Placerville City logo or cinched around the neck of the mannequin dangling from a Main Street roof, the noose operates on two levels. It is at once a simplistic caricature of history scrubbed of the grotesquerie that accompanies a hanging, while also serving as a mocking and symbolic reminder of the brutal existential threat of lynching, especially to communities of color. The Hangtown moniker and noose live on despite the long, ugly shadow of hanging and lynching in our state, because much of what's been taught to us about California history has been centered on whiteness. Dismissing the history of people of color, many folks don't know or refuse to recognize that in the same way lynching was used to terrorize Black communities in the Jim Crow South, hanging and lynching in the Golden State was used to instill fear in communities of color, the goal being to force out Mexicans and so-called foreigners from California territory that Anglo-Americans viewed as theirs alone. From 1851 through 1920, 8 African Americans, 41 American Indians, 29 Chinese, and 132 Latin American or Mexican people were lynched or summarily hanged. As presented on the Placerville logo, the noose is little more than an empty cartoon. To insist that the noose is an authentic representation of history is to obliterate the lived experience of the millions of Americans who've known the trauma of lynching and hanging firsthand, who've experienced it generationally through their family history. Rather than champion and reify a symbol of oppressive, horrific violence, why not celebrate Placerville's rich, beautiful, life-affirming history? The noose must go. Thank you.
Thank you, Moya.
Ashley Bertram, go ahead.
Hi there. I am calling, I am for keeping the noose. I would also like to say that you guys have bigger fish to fry, okay? The noose represents justice, and when criminals were given swift justice. Just recently, last month, my daughter's car was stolen in the city of Placerville. However, there will be no justice served because the transient that stole my daughter's car returned it a few days later. So she gave it back. There's no punishment for a car thief. As a matter of fact, she's a repeat offender. She had just been released the Friday prior for grand theft auto. You guys have bigger problems in the city of Placerville than a noose that represents the history of our community, our town, right? Which, by the way, has brought in a lot of money for many shops downtown, being a historic Main Street that it is. I know many people stop in and shop at Robinson's, and they stay at the Carey House. They go eat and dine and enjoy our beautiful Main Street. People want to act like people are scared to go downtown. In all reality, a lot of people have made a lot of money by having their stuff downtown on our historical Main Street that people seem so eager to want to change. I also want to include Mr. Michael Zaragoza. Now, unless you're having somebody sit in for you, I don't believe you to be a white man, but you were voted in onto our city council, as well as Tricia Wilkins, who was a Mexican American who sat as mayor on our city council. People need to stop making this a race issue, and people on city council need to focus on things that really matter for our community.
Thank you, Ashley.
John, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Dana Pimentel, and I've lived here for almost 50 years. My husband was born and raised here, and I would like the noose to stay. I would like the noose to be put back on the police cars. I don't see anything wrong with the noose, and I don't think everybody's scared of our town. If they are, it's their own personal phobia. And, you know, we cannot run our town or our county by people's personal phobias. One of the things I'm tired of is people come up here, they drive up here and they say, oh, this is so beautiful. I want to live here. They buy a home and then they say, oh my gosh, we need to put in sidewalks. We need to put in lights up in Pollock Pines, and we need to do this and we need to do that. And we went to meetings about this, and I said, you drove through, you liked it. If you don't like it, leave. That's all you have to do. But I want the noose to stay, and I see nothing wrong with it. It's not, if the kid, it's how you represent it to your people, your kids, your teacher, your students. If you tell them it's a scary thing, then that's what they believe. And I don't agree with that. So I want it to stay, and thank you.
Thank you, Dana.
Brian Chapman, go ahead.
I unmuted myself. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Brian.
I need for people to understand, if they're speaking to history, the history of a noose is nothing but a violent, vile, vicious way to sit down and put people in their place. The noose is not about whether or not people have historical facts about themselves. The history of the noose starts long, long ago. It was the way the Roman Empire used to sit down and take care of people who they didn't believe belonged. It was the way the Holy Roman Church kept people that were not the good Catholics in place, and in their own circumstance. It is a symbol of torture and just violent oppression. It was brought up earlier about the nooses in Nazi Germany. Before they had the ovens, they hung the Jews and the Romani and the others. In this country, for 400 years, Black people have been hung to keep them in their place. And there is a museum in Selma, Alabama that speaks to that. If you don't think that the symbol of a noose is worth worrying about because you think it's historically about some kind of justice, the justice that has been meted out by a noose has been meted out by a mob, by fascists, and by people who thought just my way or the highway. Whether or not the history of this county and this city are respected has to do with whether or not we respect the fact that the world sees a noose as a symbol of violence and hatred. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Ronnie Merrill, go ahead.
Hello. Man, you guys are under some major scrutiny. I know how it is because I've been there. Talking about this subject is so, I don't know. It's so touching that I don't know. We need to figure out something else to talk about. This is crazy. Bringing up history is not doing anything, any justice right now, changing history. We need to learn from it. And this is our history here. People are coming in here trying to change things. And I don't know if it's going to work for the better, for the worse, but why take that chance? To me, they're threatening us. It's like negotiating with terrorists. And I don't think that's something we should do. I mean, we need to, of course, listen to what they have to say and take into consideration, but this is history. And it's, I don't know. It's really, I don't know, it's discomforting, but I hope you guys take everything into consideration. You know, I don't know, it just not good. And these people who are talking, telling us things. Do they live here? If they do, are they historians? I don't know. That some of them sound old as I don't know when these laws are made, but I don't know if they're being paid. If you can see
Hey,
from
Ronnie, let's stick to the subject there, buddy.
okay, well, BLM, you see what they're doing. You see the propaganda they're showing. I believe these guys are paid to say bad things about Hangtown and Placerville that aren't true. So, it's
Thank you
bad.
for your comments, Ronnie.
Kathy Lishman, go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening,
I am a resident of Placerville. And first, I want to correct something that was said earlier tonight, as I was the mayor of Placerville when Placerville celebrated its sesquicentennial in 2004. I'd like to quote from the inaugural address of the first mayor of Placerville, Alexander Hunter, as it appeared in the June 17, 1854 issue of the Mountain Democrat. Quote, "Among the most enterprising and influential of our present population are still to be found those who were first attracted here by the fame of this valley of wealth, citizens to whom the yet familiar sound of the pick and spade have given place to the cheering hum of a varied and extensive commerce. Our pioneer citizens have viewed rising in this mountain wilderness a population distinguished for its enterprise, social, and political enlightenment. The appeals of a society crude, unsettled, and irresponsible have yielded to the highest standard of morality and law known to the most advanced civilization. Let us, by zeal, harmony, and industry, ensure the certain prosperity of the city." In 1854, an end of quote, Alexander Hunter and the city of Placerville had already moved past Hangtown and the Neuse. There is so much to celebrate in our town's rich history. Goldbug Park and Mine, Studebaker wheelbarrows, the bell tower, dry diggings, to name a few. Now that the subject of the Neuse has come up, it needs to be addressed. The Neuse doesn't represent justice because there was no trial. And I also am offended by people who try to lump everyone who speaks against the Neuse as being the same. Is a hate symbol appropriate on our city logo or any government property? I do not believe it is. Remember, the vote is only for public property in the city limits. Not knowing where you will go from here, my hope is that you will vote to remove the Neuse, perhaps make a new logo with a larger minor, no tree, no Neuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Call in user 1, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Michael Friend. The Placerville Neuse, and I call it out as such, must not be taken out of context, tainted by the shameful history from other parts of our country or the world. Context has meaning. The reenactment of Wild West shootouts on Main Street completely fit in with Placerville and Old Hangtown, yet they would be totally inappropriate in a place like Chicago. Hangtown, a bad place for criminals. Now that's a reputation worth fighting for. Whiskey, saloons, brothels, stagecoach, the gallows, gambling, gold strike, wagon trains, brawls, all come together to create a history. And what do we get when the edges of history begin to blur? You get the origins of folklore and of myth. The story of the Hangtown Fry is a great example of this. This is the charm of Old Hangtown. It is our je ne sais quoi, our umami. She's rough around the edges. I've heard this expressed many times as a planning commissioner. This is the escape. When people get off the train, step off the bus, get out of their car, they are immediately immersed in living history. The discovery of gold, the taming of the West. Visitors are fascinated by it. They feel a real connection to history. Our history, romanticized though it may be. This is the attraction of Placerville, what makes us unique, and I don't believe your council wants to take that away. Yet removing the Neuse and eliminating Hangtown are the first steps down that path. What is the solution? Where's the win-win? Do nothing? That's a win-lose, and the problem will not go away. Remove the Neuse administerially, another win-lose. And if you do that, you also have to remove the minor, for he displaced the indigenous people. And the gold pan and the pickaxe, as they represent the raping of the land, the taking of the gold. and this logic would dictate eliminating the shootouts on Main Street. Clearly, they glorify gun violence, and clearly the name Hangtown would have to go. This is not a simple matter nor a singular action in isolation, but one that requires context. You could find that the noose is inappropriate in a government seal and it should be removed, but only in that very narrow context. You must also acknowledge that our noose, along with all of the other examples of Western artifacts I mentioned, represent a factual part of our history, and you must affirm that we embrace that history, imperfect though it is.
Thank you,
Otherwise,
Michael.
pressure will. There we go.
There we go.
Amanda, go ahead.
Hello, Amanda?
Can you hear me this time?
Yeah, we can. Looks like you're
Oh,
good to go.
thank you. Thank you so much for taking the time and having all the voices heard. I know this is challenging for our community. I moved up to El Dorado County when I was 3, went to El Dorado High School. I'm a registered voter of Placerville. To me, I hear this, that some people have spoken that the symbol of the noose represents justice and that it makes them feel safe. But my question of this is, who does it make feel safe? Safe for whom? We've also raised, obviously, that it's a symbol that so clearly represents hate, death, and racial oppression to many. We know very loosely that this version of the seal and the city logo came about in the 60s and 70s. What else was going on in our country then? I beg to ask, civil rights were obviously huge in the minds of everyone. I actually believe, I don't know this, I can't know this, but I genuinely believe it was added intentionally to be a signal to certain people that they are welcome and to others that they were not. I don't think that the historic charm of downtown is centered on the noose in any way, shape, or form. I go downtown because I like the shops, because I like the old buildings, because I like the bell tower. I don't think any of that will change when you remove the noose. Yeah, I lose the noose. I'll give back my 30 seconds. I strongly believe we should get rid of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Luli, go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, thank you.
Sorry about my earlier issues.
That's all right.
Hi, City Council. Thank you for taking my call. My name is Louis Velasco, and I own the Soul Community Sunday Farmers Market on Main Street. My work is community building. I community build in the Native community. I community build in the non-Native community. I community build at my farmers market, which is for everybody, not for just one color of people. What I want to say is, if we want our community to have any unity, we have to be sensitive to the issues that our neighbors are experiencing. It doesn't matter if we've experienced that before. I can relate to a Jewish person's experience, or even just their ancestors' experience in their historical trauma, just like I can relate to my own people's, even though I personally wasn't involved 500 years ago in the genocide that happened here on these lands. If you don't care about the issues facing your neighbors that are of color, then what do you care about? Only those that are not of color? Only those that don't relate to the Hangtown or the noose? All people know the noose has been used against Blacks and Natives more than anyone else in the history of the country, and in a specific way. Nobody gets to call down who should get over it and who should move on. In my Native culture, we experience time not in a linear way, the way today's people follow it, but we experience it in this way. If it happened 500 years ago and it hasn't stopped, then it is still happening today. If you are not connected to the people in your community and their pain, no matter what that is related to, the noose or otherwise, then you are not interested in being a part of the healing and the growth. And then you are the problem. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Lily.
Caller 390, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Ken Greenwood. I'm a 32-year resident of El Dorado County. I do not live within the city limits of Placerville, so I'm not your clientele or whatever. But I do live in the zip code of Placerville. And in 32 years, I've never had anybody say oh my God, Hangtown, oh my God, a noose, oh my God, this, that, and the other thing. No, in fact, it's just kind of interesting in that way. It's kind of not the best marketing thing in the world for some people. I get that, and I see how it would evoke really bad images, perhaps. But and I just got off the phone with one of my few Black friends, and he's lived here for 7 years, and he said Placerville's never done anything to me. I go there all the time, and he's a big Black guy. Okay. And so he does in fact stick out, if you will, beyond his skin color. But he said that there's much more important things for us to be focusing on. And this is not it. This was not used to terrorize Black people. And the history shows that it was used to terrorize others. But again, if we get away from this whole thing, cancel culture, whatever you want to call it. I call it moral supremacy, because people are telling us how to think and act. And I call them the moral supremacists, because they are hating us, and they're a hate group, as has been proven through a lot of the different statements that are just really, really vile. Haven't heard them tonight, thank goodness. But anyway, and we all have our perspective, and and somebody said, do we celebrate Hangman's Day? No, not at all.
Thanks, Ken.
Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth Dubose, go ahead.
Good evening, Lizzie.
Hi.
Hello, you're in.
Can
Yes.
Okay. Oh, well, hi. I'm glad that we're finally at this point. I feel like we've been waiting a long time to get here. It's been taking a lot of hard work, a lot of almost campaigning, if you will, and I feel like this is just like a once in a lifetime opportunity. And I feel like it's important to stick with what's going on as well with section 12.1. And the option that I choose is to direct staff to remove the depiction of a noose from the city logo and other facilities such as street signs. And just to be fully transparent, I just want to confirm that the transmittal and postcards that I delivered at the City of Placerville building on Friday were reviewed and put up for public access because those were stamp received. And I just also want to say too that we are not rewriting history. We are adding to the now and preparing for the future. The present will be history for the rest of our lives. And all I want to do is give you a world that is hopefully
All right. Well, it looks like we lost Lizzie there. And
yep, that's
looks like she has about half a minute left. So hopefully she can come back on and we'll reconnect with her. Let's go ahead and move on and see if she pops in here.
Allie Jones, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
We can, Allie, thank you.
Great. Yeah, hi, I'm calling in to encourage the council to move forward with option 1 to remove the depiction of the noose. I think we have a lot of questions to ask ourselves in this community, really regarding what kind of community are we trying to cultivate. A lot of people talk about history, and I wonder why the noose is such a pillar of the history of this community when there's so many other wonderful things we could talk about. Does it really advocate for law and order, or does it advocate an unjust historical form of government that defied the constitutional rights of due process? So the noose signifies and supports vigilantism. This idea emboldens groups like the Proud Boys who stand on our streets countering protests, brandish weapons to intimidate, and making statements like use the noose, which is terrifying. I don't know if you, I don't think I've seen any of you on the streets, but when you're standing next to a group that has been designated by the Canadian government as a terrorist group that was involved in the insurrection on the Capitol, and they have weapons and they're saying use the noose, is this really the kind of community that we want to cultivate? They've adopted this symbol, and on their insignia, it's a body hanging from a noose in a tree. Why is this what we're trying to promote? Symbols mean something. They're so impactful. We all know what a symbol means. And to some, it represents this joyous history, but to others, it represents terror. And I think that the council needs to consider that in this evening's vote, which I do hope will happen. I believe that it's a repugnant symbol. And I would encourage you to move forward with empathy in your considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie.
Sue, go ahead.
Good evening, Sue.
Hi, this is Sue Taylor, and I'm the owner of the Hangman's Tree Historic Spot and steward over George, which is really the topic of all this. I've spent years trying to do two things, and that's to preserve the historic and unique character of downtown. I've had many conflicts with the city because I was part of Friends of Historic Hangtown that stopped the roundabout, and we also saved the Herrick and Hangman buildings for restoration. It seems like this venture that you've opened up over the last year has done nothing but, during COVID, power outages, and all the other things that has hammered our family, you have opened the door for harassment to us on top of all these other things. And because of that, and I'll include direct attacks on our family. We've been told by these people, they don't just want this noose in the logo, they want it all. And they've told me that they want it all. You have opened this up to harassment. You vote yes today is going to make it even worse. They're not going to stop. I wish I had 10 minutes to share the whole story of the Hangman. Because of all this harassment, I have done so much research that I would love to share with the people so they know what the history is. But I will say that I worked with Michael Saunders when this came up back in July, and we asked that you take it off the ballot. You were going to put it up for the ballot. We asked you to take it off because we felt there needed to be more workshops. There needed to be discussion. So people first knew the history. We could have that face-to-face decision, and people that don't have Zoom could be involved. And I thought this could wait until the public meeting again. But this was not working for the progressives. They have ramped up their campaign. They have harassed. But bottom line, I ask that you put this on the ballot. Take it out of your hands. Whatever you decide is going to cause chaos on both sides. And I ask that you go back to the one thing: shall the depiction of the noose be removed from the city of Placerville's logo, stationary signs, and other city properties? There's going to be a recall coming. This could be put on the ballot, and it puts it in the hands of the citizens of Placerville, which will live with the decision that they make. Thank you.
Ben Taylor, go ahead.
Hello. I guess you guys just heard from my mom. I usually don't get involved in these political things. I was born in Marshall Hospital, so I'm a lifetime resident of El Dorado County. My family, as you know, owns the Hangman's Tree building. I myself, to my mother's disappointment, I consider myself progressive. And unfortunately, a lot of the people that also consider themselves progressive consider my family, me, a racist just because of the building that we own. And I know other people in that progressive group that don't speak up, but they also are in support of keeping the Hangman Tree, keeping the noose on the symbol, but they don't speak up because there's some outspoken people in the progressive group that would call them racist, and they don't want to get involved in this. This whole thing, I believe, started not to remove the logo from the noose, but to eliminate everything Hangtown. And it has become, it has become that you guys have taken up this, removing it from the loose, removing the noose from the logo. I just feel that the removing it from the logo isn't going to stop the people who want it removed. They're going to want it removed from everything Hangtown, everything noose removed. Like, there's, for instance, the Hangtown Village Square has nooses in its sign, has nooses on its property. They won't stop until places like that have eliminated everything Hangtown. Anyways, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ben.
We'll go back to Elizabeth Dubose. Go ahead.
Hey, Elizabeth, you have about, let's see here, you gotta unmute yourself. You have about a little over 30 seconds to go.
All right. Okay, thank you. I heard that I have about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's just one reason why I think that the vote should happen tonight and it should not be delayed until any further in-person meetings. The reason why is because everyone knows in this town in Placerville and El Dorado County that I have been doing peaceful protests for Black Lives Matter here for almost 1 year now, and all have been peaceful. There's been about over 20. They've been vigils, they've been art shows, they've been poetry events, they've been fun, and everyone's been able to join in, and it's been for the whole entire community, and none have been violent, none have been a riot, none have been a break-in, none have been any of that. I've only really heard great things about it, and so when I go to
Well, that's unfortunate, but her time was up. I was about ready to interrupt her. So, Lizzie, thank you for your comments, and we'll call that good there. And let's go ahead and move on to Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you. Eric Pollard, go ahead.
Hi. So I don't live in Placerville. However, it's one of the oldest, most historic cities with a lively past that needs to be maintained. The symbol of the noose is a piece of our history that should not be erased. While it was used for good and bad to prosecute criminals, it was used to punish people of all colors. And you can't just erase a piece of our history and expect people to go along with it and be okay with what you're trying to do. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Olivia, go ahead.
Olivia.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Thank
got
you.
it.
You bet.
Hi. Okay, so as far as what Sue Taylor and her son said, I really have to agree. I think it's pretty naive and just about negligent to assume that the main issue is just the city still. I mean, there are postings on social media. Not everyone has access to this, but it is pretty well known. There's a quote right here from the California Faculty Association Capital Chapter Executive Board that says that they oppose the noose, the nickname Old Hangtown, the welcome sign, the city's annual parade, various shops, businesses on Main Street throughout the city, allowances of the mannequin hanging on private buildings. So I believe that it's a lot broader than just the issue that is on 12.1. They want a full wipeout, and that's not fair to many businesses and established, social jurisdictions in the county. A lot of people say that they're so afraid to come up here, but I've been lucky enough to travel many areas all over the United States, and so many people have heard of Hangtown, and it wasn't something that was a negative light. These are people of many different colors and races, and it's like a sunshine on their face when they hear Hangtown. They go, "Oh, I've heard of that. You're from the Old West, and it must be so cool to live there." It was never something that had a negative connotation to anyone that I've spoken with. And I am of ethnic descent, so it's, and indigenous. So it's not like I'm coming from a superior standpoint. I'm able to talk to people and get honest opinions. And it just seems like a full wipeout would just be unfair. to our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, go ahead.
Hello, this is going to be a long meeting, I think. So I'd like to start by stating that I do live here. I own property here. I pay taxes here. My kids go to school here, and I do plan to retire and die here. So I care about what happens here. I encourage the council to choose option 1 and remove the noose. I see multiple reasons for losing the noose. First, it's a symbol of hate. Regardless of what version of Placerville history is told, a noose in American history and culture symbolizes lynching and racism, period. It is a symbol of violence. For many first responders, I am one of them, who have been affected by suicide, the noose is triggering. I've heard many say that it causes flashbacks. It hurts the local economy. Outsiders do not stop in Placerville because it's seen as a racist town. This is confirmed as they drive down Highway 50 and see the old Hangtown sign as they pass. As I've encouraged the council previously, I would really encourage you to ask people outside of the bubble of this community and see their reaction to the noose. It hurts the local community and creates division. And the protests and civil disobedience will continue until the noose is a thing of the past and only in a museum. And believe me, I have many other things that I would rather be doing on my weekends than standing on a freeway. To the Placerville City Council, I ask, council members, what will history say about you when the noose comes down? And sooner or later, it is coming down. When it does, what will the record state about your actions or inactions? If you do not remove the noose, it is, in my opinion, a representation that you support the Proud Boys. I ask again, if you support the Proud Boys. The noose has a direct correlation to the Hangtown Proud Boys. They use this effigy on their logo. They have it as part of their insignia. They consistently come out in opposition to lose the noose actions. They're the loudest voice advocating to keep the noose. If you choose to keep the noose, you are choosing to support the Proud Boys. Not to call anybody out specifically, but Mr. Saragosa, regarding the Proud Boys, you were quoted in December as saying, why would you display a hand signal that is affiliated with such a stance as white power? Then I ask,
Michelle, your time is up here. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, we do have Grace in the queue. I'm not sure if this is the same Grace that spoke earlier, but we can ask.
We will find out, won't we?
Grace, go ahead.
Hello, Grace. Are you the one that spoke earlier?
Yeah.
You are?
I was under the understanding that we were now allotted 2 minutes of time.
No, what we talked about was each person, we were in a 1 minute zone and now we're in a 2 minute zone, but people in the 1 minute zone could not go in the 2 minute zone. So, but I do appreciate you calling in, Grace. Thank you very much.
Call-in user 18, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Roger. I've been a citizen of the United States of America for 38 years. I've lived in Placerville for 11. And I just would like to ask some of the people on here that are in favor of the noose, have they ever been to a town where they're afraid to go to the grocery store until it's dark? Do their parents not want to come and stay in the hotels or visit me because I live in this town? You know, I was a dealer at Red Hawk, and you know, you have to be friendly with the people that come there. And every time I would say, you know, hey, where do you live? And they would go, I would say, oh, I live in Placerville. And they go, you live in Hangtown? Why do you live in Hangtown? And as a Black American, it's painful. The history of the noose means way more than it means to you. You know, y'all say y'all are the majority, but the majority of the people that were hurt by the noose are my ancestors, our Latino ancestors, our Chinese ancestors, our Native American ancestors. Why doesn't our opinion count? Does your history mean more than my feelings? I just don't understand like it's like this. If your mouth is in front of your face, and if you don't brush your teeth for 2 weeks, you won't know it. But guess who will know it? The people that you're going to speak to, the people that you're going to talk to. They're going to smell your breath. And that's what's going on here. Y'all live in a bubble and y'all can't smell your own shit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric, go ahead.
Eric, looks like you're on mute. And you're the last one. All right, Eric is done. It looks like we have one more. This will call, oh, you there?
All right, Kirk Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Gina.
Well, as I told Mike and Cleve 9 months ago, I'm not troubled by the idea of option number one, because for a number of reasons, a number have been described already. But it's also because if you look back at the history, I don't know of any time prior to the 30s that the rope or the tree was used as a symbol, which is quite different from the name Hangtown. My concern was that if you didn't have information out there from historians, that's plural, you'd have people going away with misunderstandings and just perpetuate what you now have. If you get rid of the rope, which I believe you can do, and Cleve could have done without any of you last year. But if you did that without this airing out, you're going to cause a lot of damage. When it comes to, it's not going to get rid of racism and bigotry and hate. The things you saw and know about last Friday, you could condemn and should. It doesn't matter how many times you've done it before, do it again. What we heard tonight about things said on a basketball court have no business being associated with this town. You can do something about it. But when those people talk about, well, okay, you get rid of that design, you get rid of the rope, they'll go after more. And that's not idle. Look at what's been said tonight and look at what's on social media, and you'll see that it's nonstop. So remember, our government has a policy. It does not negotiate with extortionists. Why? Because if you give in to kidnappers, there'll be more kidnapping. You do it now, which I believe you should do in the first case, but you keep going beyond that, and it's not going to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor. Is this a 2-minute round?
It is, Michael.
Okay. Hey, I can agree with Kirk and a previous caller. You don't negotiate with terrorists or whatever it was. They will always come back for more when they see that you kowtow. I was just thinking maybe our logo should be, if it's going to be relevant to today, a face mask, plus handcuffs, plus the Golden Gate Bridge, plus human excrement, plus needles, and plus bankruptcy. Maybe that's what the logo we should have in the state of California. Anyway, council residents and outsiders for edification. There are very vocal minor groups that are actively trying to tear down America in any way they can. One of these groups openly proclaims that they are Marxists, and that is from a former founder of BLM. It's on video. Check it out. If you don't know what a Marxist is and how they want to heavily alter our great American system, then your education severely failed you, and you will soon see their recently posted evil image and symbol on their page. There are all kinds of symbols in current life. Are we to bow down every time a single group screams out about a given symbol? What does the star on the police badge mean? What does the blind lady of justice with her scales mean? What does Lady Liberty holding some book in one hand and a torch in the other actually mean? What does the black fist of BLM mean? What does the crossed AK-47s of Saddam's Iraq mean? Where do you start and stop with all of this? Where does the slippery slope begin, and what swamp will you slide into? You need to understand that some small vocal groups have actually declared war on you, and they are pushing you to surrender.
Thank you,
So I
Michael.
need to know.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, there are no other hands raised.
All right, I am going to go ahead and close public comment. And we'll bring it back to council for discussion. Let's see. Rebecca, I've spent so much time listening, I have to wrap my head around what we're doing here. And does anybody have any comments that they would like to share, discuss?
Yeah, I'll go first.
All right.
Get the ball rolling. Yeah, first I want to thank everybody that called in for their comments and thoughtful comments. I thought a lot of passion and heartfelt passion on both sides of the issue. And I also want to thank everybody for sticking in there and doing it. I saw a lot of names that I knew, and people that live here in town and people that live outside of it, but in the county as well. This has been an issue. It's not a new issue. Let's just say that. I mean, this issue has not just been because of wokeism or anything else. This issue's been come up in Placerville for at least the last 40 years in different iterations. And my guess that if there was Twitter in 1980 and the amount of social media and the 24/7 news cycle that we live in today, they probably would have had different outcomes than where we are and when we look at today. The landscape's changed in terms of how information changes or how information gets out and how it lingers in a way that when you just had one newspaper that came out, it wasn't quite the same. Or if you had 4 channels of news on TV, a little bit different today in terms of how information goes about. So the context of why it never went further before, I think has something to do with just the timing and the technology as well. From my perspective, last year I was mayor, and we did say we'd have a conversation about this. We are in the middle of a pandemic. We were even in the beginnings of the pandemic back then. And nobody knew exactly how we were going to get together or do anything. And so we made the decision finally to put this off into the new year, thinking that by then we'd be, back doing things normally. And here we are in mid-April, and we're still not back to normal. And probably it's looking like June, the earliest time before we get back to some semblance of normalcy. And I would argue that it'll probably be till the end of the year before we do that. So we find ourselves here today and where we're at. And I want to thank Kara and Patty for the work that they put in as well on putting together the speakers and having that history put out there. One of the things that I thought that really intrigued me from one of the historians was the fact at least from one of the accounts of the lynchings was a Mexican gambler was cheated, and that's what prompted the hangings to happen. So you had a person of color that was cheated at a gambling game potentially, and a Chilean and Frenchman that didn't speak English were eventually lynched or hung for that. And so it gives some context as well to the history, I think, of the area, that it isn't just a white thing as well. There was a lot of different ethnicities here, and there has been a lot of different ethnicities here throughout the time. And so I thought that was just an interesting fact that I hadn't heard before. And so that was interesting to me. I would have loved to have seen more research gone into, and I know everyone's done this on their own as well as Cleve, but when exactly the current logo came into being, sounds like it's the 70s for the most part. And I think if I went out and asked people outside of this logo, do you think 1970s is historic? My guess would be, 90% of people would not tell me that the 1970s represents a historic era from today, even though we are going on 50 years. But the 1970s was not going to be considered something historic. So it's not, this logo again is not something that came out in 1850, 1880, at least as far as we can tell. And I think there's been a few callers that even called in and said when they worked here, it wasn't there, or they don't even remember the noose on there. And there's certainly plenty of logos and badges that don't have the noose on it. It weren't, it never had it. We've seen, the police took we never had the noose, or the police took the noose off of their logo. The high school doesn't use the logo, and there's a reason for that. And I think, we're sort of playing catch up here a little bit on that logo. For myself, it never bothered me. I never really thought much of it. I thought it was sort of a kitschy thing that we had as a city, sort of a nod to the Wild West. But as you look at something and you try to separate yourself from it, it wasn't what I thought would be the best representation for the city of Placerville. We all go to, pre-pandemic, we all go to League of Cities and things like that. And, handing my card to somebody, with this noose on it, that's from, a city with a high African-American or Latino population, what signal does that send? And yes, I could maybe try to have a history lesson with everybody every time, but that's not really something that's going to happen, or, should have to. You have to explain something. It's the first thing in. If you have to explain something, you've already lost. And I think that's, part of what we're dealing with here today. I also don't think that one thing begets the another. There's a Latin phrase, reductio ad absurdum. And I think that aptly goes to this today, which is just because one thing happened doesn't mean you take it to its absurd ending. And I think that's a logical fallacy that one thing will lead to another. And so I think we're talking about one very specific item today, and not a lot of other things that have been brought up. And so those are just my initial thoughts, and sorry I went on for a little bit there, but just had a lot to say, and I'm thankful for coming to this point and hopefully, moving forward.
Thank you, Michael. Anybody else would like to make any comments? Yes, Councilmember No.
As I stated before, I was really hoping we were going to be able to have this as an in-person conversation. I realize we can't, but I think a lot has been lost by not being able to have a face-to-face conversation with our neighbors. I didn't hear a whole lot of listening going on today, which is something more that happens when you're sitting across from someone and really interacting with them. There's more parts of history in Placerville, and some of those are suicide, and they're suicide hangings, and they are part of Placerville. And I think if you're one of those people who knew someone who got hung themselves, you never look at that noose the same again. And there's a much bigger conversation than the political stuff going on. And it is Placerville. And I don't think that we can ignore that. I don't know. That's what I'm going to say for now.
Thank you, Jackie. Patty, yes.
I just want to say that the new symbol didn't appear
on our logo until the 70s. And it was 1970, not 1870. And I really think it appeared as someone's bright idea and that there was no malice intended. However, at this time nationwide, it has become a symbol of hate, malice, and sorrow. And I also strongly believe that it lends to giving a false conception to the name Old Hangtown. And I'm going to tell you a little personal story. When I decided that the noose was not a good representation, and it really upset me, it started upsetting me to see it. I had some tenants, and they unfortunately were going through a bad time in their marriage, etc., and broke up. And the father and the son moved into one of my apartments, and the son experienced, he had a lot on his little shoulders, as kids do when things like this happen. And my understanding is that he had to give his dog away. And he was terribly upset and depressed. And what finally happened is he went to the local schools. It was either Markham or the high school. I just cannot remember. It's been a while back. But he chose to get over that grief by hanging himself. And he hung himself from one of those beautiful trees behind the sequoia, right across the street from our beautiful cemetery. I don't know whether, all those things fit together. I don't know if he was swayed by all this, news talk and everything, but that always stuck with me. And I just, I have found accepting that seeing that empty hangman's rope has just always bothered me since then. And I don't feel as though I'm giving in to the culture council. I just think that we're living in a different time now, and we really need to respect the times that we're living in and all the folks that are involved. And so I just think it's time to look at this logo with a different pair of eyes.
Yes, Council Member Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone that spoke up tonight. We had so much public comment. And people feel really passionate about this item. I know a lot of people are frustrated by what they see as cancel culture and feel that this is an attack on their heritage. I know a lot of people want us to stand up and fight this battle against change. But our job at the city is not to fight change, but to navigate it. Our job is to be good stewards of public resources and to provide public services to our residents in a fair and equal way, with nice parks and recreation opportunities, roads, sewer, water, and public safety. This controversy is counterproductive to that job. If we, as the city government, are doing things that make people feel unwelcome or unsafe, even if it's a minority of people, that is a fail on our part. For us on this virtual dais, we are tasked with looking at factors beyond our own subjective feelings and experiences on this matter. And there are factors beyond racism and history to consider. It's also about economic opportunity for our businesses, our ability as a city to work with partner organizations at the state and federal level to deliver projects that benefit the city, the morale of our staff, and our ability to attract and retain qualified people to work for this great city. It's about the morale of our community and quality of life. After considering many factors, it is my belief that city government should not display nooses on public property. It just shouldn't. And I'm willing to make a motion that we direct staff to remove the noose from our logo in public property.
All right. Let's go ahead and get a second on that and we'll have further discussion.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. I guess I have a few words. I find myself in a very, I guess, challenging situation. You know, when I ran for city council, it was about roads, water, sewer rates. It was about history. It was about preservation, and things like developing new revenue for the city. It wasn't about destroying or erasing our history, our culture with a single vote. And yet here we are. I don't feel swayed by people that say we are negotiating with, well, I guess some people will use terrorists, or that I should feel guilty about what we're doing. I don't feel harassed. I feel a profound sense of concern for our community. There are people I have great respect for in this community leaders, as well as business leaders in our community. And some of them could not be further apart. I am in shock at how we as a community have become so divided over this issue. There are some that say that, especially those that don't live here or people that don't live here, a lot of this is coming from outside influences from our community. And I'm here to tell you, I've heard a lot from inside our community. And I could pretty much tell listening to people where they're from. And not all of them, but the further away you get from the city, from El Dorado County, you know, the less I'm listening and the more I'm listening to the people in our community. At some point, it feels like I'm choosing between my kids and my parents. That either way I go, I will be vilified, that our council will be vilified. This is a, people think this is a black and white thing. Sorry about that choice of words, but people believe that this is a left, right, it's different things like that. If that is where our community is, it's in my opinion, it's a sad day. I grew up with the noose. I have never really thought much about it either way, to be perfectly honest. It was this way until I, you know, when you grow up in Placerville, you don't have a lot of African-American friends. You just don't. That's this town. And I'm not going to get into why that is, but it's our town. It's how we grew up. And until I saw this world through their eyes, and which was just recently, I through associations and programs that I've been involved with, I've been intermixed with some African-American people that I've gotten to know and appreciate. And we've had a lot of really deep conversations. And until I got to see this through their eyes, I didn't fully understand what was their thinking. Now I can go on about this, sharing both sides of the story, and I think we all know where people stand. Would we build the same logo today? I don't think so. If it were such a if it was such a big deal when we created this logo, I think we would have known about it. I think it would be in our books. Somebody would say, "Hey, I remember when we did this," and it didn't happen. You think there would be some history about it. This logo was created, the best we can tell, like most people said, in the 70s. And our path is much richer than a symbol of this noose. And is that really what we're fighting over? In my mind, if a symbol is this divisive, is it truly worth keeping? And for all those that think this is a slippery slope, I truly disagree with that. And people said that it's gonna lead us down all these roads. And I disagree. We have so many important issues to deal with this council and this city that I am ready to move forward. And it is a humble place to be for me. to have so many people in our community and frankly outside our community looking to us to make a decision that has such profound meaning to each in so many different ways. I would like to find myself being a person that can find common ground, that can find a place where our community can come together. And one of the greatest parts of our country and our tenets is our freedom of expression, freedom of thought, and our ability to speak to government. And we don't always agree, and yet our nation stands strong. A quick story. I haven't heard this talked about, and I don't know that people really know this. When I was a kid, and I'm talking, in the early 70s, we used to have wagon train in our community. And one year during the wagon train, we actually built a gallows. And we being the community and whoever was doing it was during wagon train. And we actually hung somebody. And it was hung in a pretend way. It wasn't for real, but it was a full gallows, full swinging thing. And with the trap door, the whole thing.
Remember?
Do you remember that, Patty?
Yeah, I do.
And we don't do that anymore.
No.
And I have no doubt that someone said, that's probably not a good idea to do this anymore.
Right.
Just saying.
Right.
And that was something that happened when I was a little kid. And honestly, I didn't think much about it. I am thinking this is one part of our history that was left in the books. And as a city since 1954, and even earlier back to 1848 or so, many changes have occurred. Many things have changed in our town. None of our transitions have erased us. None of these transitions have canceled us. And this won't either. In fact, I would argue this will continue a tradition of strength in our community, a tradition of character as a community, and a tradition of staying relevant as a community. And with that, I would like to call a vote if nobody has any further comments.
I would like to make one last comment. I just want to remind everybody that this is a vote to just remove the hanging noose from our city, anything involved with the city, nothing more. That's what we're voting for. We're not taking it away from the city, from the people, what they want to do. This is just about the city.
Thank you, Patty.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one more comment as well, because there was also, sort of vast generalities thrown out there about the city as well that I took offense to, which was essentially that we're somehow an inherently racist city. And I don't think that, I think that's far from the truth. Like I always say, if a car breaks down, people will jump out and help you regardless of your color of your skin or what their color of their skin is. And as someone else mentioned, and I've mentioned, I don't think I'd be on the city council if it was an inherently racist city. So I think people need to take a step back as well when casting aspersions against the community. I don't think it helps move the dialogue forward either. And so I just want to add that in as well, as we recognize, there's a lot of difference of opinions, but I think to cast that wide net and an aspersion over the city is really a disservice to everybody that lives here, not just in the city, but in the county as a whole.
I agree. All right. Any further comments? All right. Thank you very much. Ms. O'Connell, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Oh, what are we, Mayor? What would you repeat what are we voting?
We are voting on
number one.
Option one.
Option one. Okay.
All right, we'll start the roll call vote. Councilmember Borelli.
Aye.
Councilmember No.
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Aye.
Mayor Thomas.
Aye. All right. I guess tonight shows you what a diverse and unique town we live in. And I look forward, you know, we have a lot of things to deal with in the city. And I look forward to seeing where we're going with, we have stimulus funds coming. And the city will be receiving, I think, $2.1 million over the next short while. And our council is going to be spending a lot of time figuring out what to do with that and how we can best serve our community with that money. And so there's a lot of opportunities to improve and move past some of these effects of COVID. So I think we have a lot to look forward to in our community. And for me, I'm done talking about this. I don't believe it's a slippery slope, and I think we're ready to move on. So thank you very much, everybody. I think we're going to take a 5-minute break here and then come back and continue on with our agenda. And thank you, everybody, tonight for sticking with us and sharing your heartfelt thoughts and comments. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I could I suggest that you make a motion to continue the meeting past 10 o'clock before you take your break?
I'll make a motion to continue the meeting past 10.
All right, second.
I'll second.
All right, we got Patty with a hand, but Jackie got it with the second. So we'll go Jackie and a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Borelli. I'm sorry. Patty, you're muted.
Muted.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember No.
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Aye.
Mayor Thomas.
Aye, thank you very much. See you all back in 5 minutes. All right, we have everybody here in the house. Looks like we do. And
How many people do we have watching us?
well, we're at 53 still, so we're doing good. Yeah, I want to thank everybody that's sticking around. You don't have to, of course, but thank you for sticking around and watching our meeting as we go forward. And of course, our staff is here. They never fail us. They have always stuck with our meetings from beginning to end every single time, and I certainly appreciate them because their input could be vitally important on some of these issues. And with that, I'll bring the meeting back to order, and we're going to move on to item 12.2, which is authorizing the city manager to apply to the State Department of Housing and Community Development Department, HCD, which is HCD, for the Community Development Block Grant Program, Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security CARES Act. And for round one, there's a lot more to it, but I think we'll get to that in our discussion and our reports out of that. And also I'd like to, where is Don? Oh, wait, is this a Don thing?
He's here.
Yes.
He's here to answer questions if you need him. So.
Okay, so I just want to let you know that Don Simone has hung in here with us as well. He is the Director of Health and Human Services for the county, and I truly appreciate him sitting through this and waiting for his opportunity to share his knowledge on this next agenda item. And so Don Simone, thank you very much for your patience in waiting for this here. And I turn this over to, who am I going to, Cleve or?
Pierre.
Pierre, all right, we're going to Pierre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Staff is requesting that council authorize staff to make an application for grant funding in partnership with El Dorado County Health and Human Services from the Community Development Block Grant Program. It's the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, also known as the CARES Act of 2020. And this would be for the acquisition and rehabilitation of real property for housing for residents experiencing homelessness. Both city and county staff propose using the allocation for a public facilities acquisition to provide housing for persons experiencing homelessness as part of a COVID-19 response. The acquired property would be used to provide for transitional supportive housing, which would include providing for shelter, stabilization, and rehousing support for persons experiencing homelessness, both in the city and the county. This project would assist in reducing the number of unsheltered homeless encampments, both in the county and in the city. The State Housing and Community Development announced the availability of $77.1 million in funding statewide. The funding notice will allow El Dorado County to access a total of $1.8 million and the city of Placerville a total of $420,000. This funding notice allows for 2 or more eligible applicants to share a program and submit a joint application. Staff is recommending that the city partner with the county to pool both our grant allocations to jointly fund a proposed transitional supporting housing project. The county staff would submit the joint application, enabling the combination of both county and city allocations to fund the joint project. The joint application must include a memorandum of understanding that would detail the roles, responsibilities, and requirements for each party. The county would serve as the lead agency in this endeavor and would have the responsibility for administering the standard form agreement, the financial management, and actively reporting the requirements per the grant. Staff proposes to return to the City Council 2 weeks from today, April 27th, with the proposed memorandum of understanding, which would be then submitted with the application to HCD by the county. So with that, staff is recommending that the council adopt the attached resolution to do 2 things. 1, authorizing the city manager to apply for the State Department of Housing and Community Development for the Community Development Block Grant Program, which is the CDBG CV for both rounds 1, which are the unclaimed funds, rounds 2 and 3, and that would be a total amount of $421,363. And then 2, authorize the El Dorado County Director of Health and Human Services or his designee to execute the standard agreement and any other documentation necessary to secure the award for the proposed transitional supportive housing joint project application. And then we also request that the council then would further direct the city staff to return to the city council with the MOU between the city and county that would designate the County Health and Human Services as lead agency with the responsibility for administration of the grant. So with that, that concludes staff's report. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. And we do have Don Simone, the Director of Health and Human Services, that can also answer any more specific questions you may have. Thank you.
Mike, I have one question for Don real quick. Actually, I have a couple. So did I understand it correctly that you sat through a supervisor's meeting all day long today and didn't finish up until almost, what, late?
Yes, but I'm going on vacation, honestly, starting tomorrow. So I'm willing to stick it out. And I'm rarely in meetings that we're talking about homelessness, and it's not the most contentious issue. So I'm fine with this one.
Well, I sure appreciate you being here. It means a lot to me and I think to our community. I appreciate what you're doing here. One of the questions I have is we're giving you our money. We're working with you to get the money, and we're going to give it to the county to administer. And by all rights, you guys should. That's what you guys do well, and that's what. And we have the COC through the county, and all those things everything's aligned, and the stars are right to be the best resource for this. My question is, and I kind of know what your answer is, but I want to hear it also. Are we going to be involved in the decision-making process of where these go? I know it's always a contentious question. I know that nobody wants it in their backyard, that it is a constant, the biggest challenge with homelessness and moving people from homelessness is actually finding a place in our community that's appropriate and that fits. And most people don't feel like that's in their backyard or even in their space. So I just want to know that we're going to be involved in that process.
So yeah, and Dennis, you always ask me on the spot questions, so I appreciate that continuing. But yeah, and I would hope that maybe, and I'll just speak for myself, I'd hope that my actions speak maybe more loudly than my words do. We reached out to Cleve and to you when we first had a potential property that we wanted to appraise, and just kind of wanted to get a feel of where you guys were on this, because we didn't want to go down a road in the city unless you guys were on board. And then we kind of pivoted to a potential of getting an appraisal on a second property. And again, before doing that, we met with Cleve and with Pierre a couple of times and had those very frank discussions about, where are you guys with this? So I would hope that that's a good indication that as we go down the road, whether it's the current property that we're looking to appraise or a third or fourth that ends up being the one for this project, that you guys will be in on the ground floor of that decision and a part of it. Absolutely. I don't think we're going to be successful if, as a county, if we just did this in city limits and did not work with you on a project that you guys supported as well.
Right. And so thank you for that. I kind of knew that was your answer, and we have built what I consider a good relationship based on trust, and so I asked that mostly for other people to know, because they don't have the same relationship I have with you, and we haven't always had this relationship with the county where it was so much more collaborative in the process of how to serve this part of our community. So thank you for that response. I'm going to go ahead and check with other members and see if anybody else has any questions. Yes, Michael.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Don. And if it's any consolation, I sat in for a good part of your Board of Supervisors meeting, so I feel your pain. So my question for you, and I know, and I'll kind of put you on the spot here again, any solution, I believe, has to include something with the upper room that's part of that strategy. I mean, the reality is if the upper room wasn't where the upper room is today, we probably don't have that huge encampment that's all along the freeway on Upper Broadway. And it's, I feel so bad for everybody that lives along that corridor or works there. It is what it is, but I like to see something different. And so I'm hoping that if we do something, there's going to be collaboration with the upper room where it's going to hopefully reduce some of that population that's just living across the street on the hill. And it's just gotten bigger. So it's a frustration, I think, not just for myself, but for a lot of people in the city, and how we tackle that going forward. And I think the upper room has to be part of that discussion.
So I have a couple of comments about what you said. The encampment that seems to be growing on the hill was a main point, I think, that Cleve and Daniel and Pierre and I talked about, trying to work with you guys to address that in a project like this. And as you know, we have the upper room is a major part of our Project Room Key right now that we have up in Pollock Pines. A major part. I mean, they're doing the food, have been doing it since the start. Great group to work with. We don't have a program designed yet for this, because we first need to figure out what property we would target, and the property will dictate a major focus of the program. So for example, if we were able to target a property that had kitchenettes, you might be able to look at more of a permanent supportive housing program, and that would have different elements. If it doesn't have kitchenettes, then we'd have to look at how to fiscally in a responsible way deal with that. And if we didn't have the funds to put kitchenettes in and do all that construction, then we'd lean more towards a transitional housing program, and that would have different elements. So once we are able to secure a facility and then wrap the programming around it, that's when we would start looking at doing sort of an RFP process to see if there are service providers that are interested in providing a number of things. Could be case management, could be food, could be security, all of those types of things. And so that's where maybe somebody like the upper room would have an opportunity to fold into a program like this.
Thank you, Don.
I think Patty, you had your hand up.
Well, I kind of had a question for Michael, because I wasn't quite sure where you were coming from. I didn't know if you meant to try to find housing near them, or to relieve the people up there and try to find housing, someplace else other than what they've been having to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, I guess all of the above, and that there would be some sort of co-location with the upper room and their services if there was going to be a more permanent type structure, so that it would be all kind of like a one-stop shop versus, having things sort of spread out.
All right. Thank you, Michael and Patty. Any further questions before we go to public comment? All right, see no further questions. Ms. O'Connell, if you could please help us out with public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 12.2. This is regarding the Community Development Block Grant Program. And we will start with caller 857. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes to speak on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So with this item, it's really hard to say if I'm for it or against it because there's no project listed. There's no address. There's nothing for me to say I can support this or I can't. And all I'm seeing is everyone's jumping up and down because there's dollars available. So really, for the public, and the way the discussion was going on beforehand, it sounded like the county and the city are going to be discussing this and deciding this, and the public's not really going to be involved. That was the takeaway I got from what was said. You really need to get community buy-in. And when it comes to this type of housing, the thing I fear the most is that it's going to cost $500,000, $750,000 a unit. We all have heard the horror stories. So please don't go buy a raw piece of land and try and build some public works building on it where everything costs $750,000 per unit. It would be much cheaper to just rent individual properties for people here and there throughout the county, throughout the city. It'd be ultimately cheaper. I don't know what's going on with the motel that seems vacant or abandoned or out of bankruptcy or whatever on Broadway over there by Tractor Supply. But the other thing is, I don't think you want to concentrate a bunch of formerly homeless people in one big area. There's a lot of mental problems, and they really do not want to take to housing. It's going to take a long road to get them into getting back to normal. But you really don't want to concentrate a whole bunch of them all in one area because they can just not learn to grow. If they get out into individual homes with actual other people around them and they can learn to live again, that is much better than a big building with 200 of them in it. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Kathy Lishman, go ahead.
Good evening, Council and Don Simone. I want to say, first of all, that this would have been a good topic to have had on the agenda between the 5 and the 6 o'clock hour, rather than making it wait so long. And I also want to say that I have so much respect for Don Simone, and I think that the county, all of us that live in the county are very lucky to have him as head of Health and Human Services. And I know also what Michael was saying, Michael Drobrish, just that there's so many unknowns now. And I didn't know if you even know if it's going to be one facility or if it's going to be several facilities, and if there could be some in the county and some in the city. So I think it's just the unknown right now, and it's probably as much unknown for you as it is for me. So thanks.
Thank you, Kathy.
Jonathan Gainsborough, go ahead.
Oh, Jonathan.
Good morning, Dennis,
Almost, isn't it?
and rest of the team. I admire your tenacity, your professionalism, and the brilliant idea about the 1 minute and 2 minutes, and dealing with the noose issue. I'm totally almost speechless, which for a preacher of 50 years is breathtaking and death-taking, as the Lord Jesus is so known to be. I'm very much in favor of the joint work. When I was advocating in Sacramento for the homeless one night, 150 weeks with Kevin and Johnson, and then with Daryl. One night we went past midnight, and I told KJ, I said, I'll surrender my time if you'll give me credit to my next speaker comment the next week. And they all could go home after midnight. There's a lot to the issue, but the issue of compassion is the main emphasis, where Jesus said, inasmuch as you've done it to the least important, the least successful, the least coherent, the least barely eking out a living, you have done it to me. And I believe that heartbeat is beating in each one of you, in you, Pierre and Cleve and Don, and to all 5 of you, Chair and the City Council, to the whole team. And so I'm totally in favor and praying for you, as thousands of your constituents are praying for the decision that Solomon came up with 2 women, each said the one baby didn't die in the night. It doesn't matter that the Bible says they were prostitutes, but one said the baby's mine, the other said it's mine. Solomon prayed for wisdom. God said to him, take the baby and cut it in half. In the book of Chronicles, you can find the exact passage in the beginning of Chronicles, First Chronicles. When Solomon said, cut the baby in half, one woman said, go ahead. But the other woman said, no, let her have the baby. I want the baby to live. And you need wisdom from God, and I appreciate your seeking that and moving ahead with compassion. Front page of yesterday's paper had a mentally ill, and I'll just say she must have been lighting a fire in the Wells Fargo building outside of it. And the front page article says, she said she lit a candle to stay warm.
Jonathan,
I know
we're at your 3 minutes.
And she lit a candle to stay warm. And that's what God is leading you to help do for at least the 100 homeless women, plus the 500 or 600 homeless in our county. God bless you all for leading and doing the right thing. Thank you for listening.
Sue Rodman, go ahead.
Good evening, or midnight, as the case may be. I think this sounds like the best possible way to move forward. It puts the money all together, and it puts the city and the county working together. And we certainly both have the homeless problems and the problems of the homeless to deal with. And so since the county already has most of the infrastructure in personnel needed to do this, it seems to me like this is the very logical way to go about it. And then the city can have some input and we can all go forward together. So I think it's a great idea. Thanks, that's it.
Thank you, Sue. And looks like I'm gonna wait a second, or a few seconds here for anybody else who would like to have any comments. All right. Seeing no further comments, I'll go ahead and close public comment. I would like to address one thing about the fire at Wells Fargo. A little off topic, not completely, but it's been mentioned several times. the way that candle was lit, it wasn't lit for warming. And that's based on a lot of you don't light a candle where it was lit and expect it to just warm you. It was lit to burn something. Just need to say that. While I have a compassion for the homeless people and the challenges they're running into, that was more than just a lit candle for warmth. So I'm going to bring it back here to our topic. And does anybody have any further questions for Don? Yes, Vice Mayor Taylor.
Hi, Don. Thank you for
Hello.
being here so late. You know, some of our commenters from the public also alluded to this, but when I read the written staff report, the details were pretty light on what this money was actually going to be used for. And my first reaction was, you know, we have thrown so much money at this issue over the years. I mean, millions of dollars on plans, and Placerville is in a crisis situation with the homeless. And we really need to see some tangible benefits. And I was just wondering if, you know, it sounds like, having talked to staff, that there are kind of more definitive plans than what's outlined. And I don't know if you want to speak to that at all. If you can give a little bit more information, or just let people know that there are plans, but you can't talk about them yet. Or
No, thank you. Yes, and I'll kind of do this, and I'll address some of the comments, and I will get to, I think the last, I'm going to go backwards. I think the first gentleman that spoke, that's when I'll talk more about project specifics. But so to Sue Rodman, who spoke about the partnership, I agree. I think the city agrees. This is why we approach the city. I think that our dollars go further on a cause like this if we combine them and work together. Kathy Lishman's comments, very nice. Thank you. I love Kathy. We are really right now focused on the potential of one facility. Part of that is the money situation. Another part is us we want to make sure that we have the bandwidth to pull something like this off and not stretch ourselves too thin. And then to the first gentleman, so he mentioned that there's no program, there's no address. And so now I'm gonna walk a little bit of a tightrope here, because I've had to be in closed session with the board on this a couple of times. So there's only so much I can really talk about right now. But I will say that the county is inquiring about the Pollock Pines Best Western Hotel to understand the integrity of the building and the property when compared to its appraised value. We are simultaneously exploring current and upcoming state and federal grant funding opportunities to impact homelessness. This one particular grant that we're talking about tonight, really our focus is going to be in the acquisition and rehabilitation of a real property to be used to deal with homelessness. One of the other kind of factors as to why it seems like the cart's a little bit before the horse is because the due date for submittal of this application is May 7th. So the state understands that many jurisdictions do not have a property that they have identified, appraised, negotiated with, and have a contract with. So they're allowing jurisdictions to put in pointing towards a property, but understanding that there's a whole process that we've got to go through, appraisal, negotiation, and all of that. And the state is even saying that even if you submit for property A by May 5th, if property A doesn't work out and you pivot to property B or C down the road, we're still fine, but you've got to point to a real property by May 7th so we know that you're serious. So a little bit more about the specifics. There will be part of this process, definitely be us, the board coming to the city council, talking about all of these specifics if and when they happen, talking about program specifics. There will be a community engagement process. There has to be as part of this. The board, I'm sure the city will want to take public comment on this. So all of that will definitely be a part of this. I'm just checking my notes. And the last thing I'll say too is this property presents some opportunities that some others may not. As you may know, it's currently our Project Roomkey hotel that we're using, the 26 rooms. So we have a history here. We also are in the process of I'll say transitioning, trying to house our folks coming out of Homekey. This would help extend that and provide us additional time to do that. The owners of this hotel have really had an intimate working relationship with us in the last year. They're outstanding people and would be very good to have a long-term relationship with a property like this. So certainly there are challenges ahead, but that's kind of why we don't have the specifics and we're not really putting it out, is because we've got to appraise, and then if that works, negotiate, come back to the city, the county, and then the process would really begin.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Well, I sure appreciate that. Just if that doesn't work out, can this be used for, does this need to be, first of all, does it need to be used? Because honestly, I did not go through each one of these applications completely, but does it have to be used for real property? Could it be used for renting?
Oh, I'm gonna, as I'm looking, I have the notice up here, but I don't know if either Cleve or Pierre remember. I can find it as we're talking.
I guess one of the questions I'm asking is where I'm going at with this is, does it allow for a scattered site model?
I've got to find it here. I apologize.
That's okay, because that either way, either it's a yes or a no, and either way, that's what we have to abide by. I was curious if you knew. And the other, just to make a statement, I am a big believer in finding ways to do transitional housing and not just a place to store people. And I say that with all due respect. I believe that it's in their best interest and ours to find ways to help them move through this process out of homelessness and also the fact that we have housing coming on board here in the next couple of years, I hope, would be good. I think that Pierre, things are moving forward with the area up at the old armory, and that is true. I get a head shake there, so thank you. And we also have the property that's going in near on the beginning of Cold Springs Road right there that is still moving forward. Is that correct as well?
Yes, that's correct. We're moving forward on 2 affordable housing projects. That's at Cold Springs and Middletown, and then the one at Mallard and McIntosh.
Okay, so that's an important piece of the puzzle for this whole transitional housing as well, is because right now if people want to get out of homelessness, we really struggle with finding places for them to be housed, and which is a much less expensive place to go. So this whole process is important. Yes, sir, Cleve.
Sorry, Donna, I don't know if you found it's on page 4 and 5, I think maybe what you're looking for in the NOFA. It's not real clear, but I kind of read number 1, responding to COVID-19, including short-term subsistence payments for households at risk of eviction. So I think there maybe could be something there. But it does specifically talk about facility acquisition there also. So it's not real clear on whether or not you could rent, or they're specifically looking at acquisition.
And I would say too, a couple of things. Thank you, Cleve. I did just find it. The focus right now for the state on this and what's going to be Project Homekey Round 2, that will probably in 6 to 8 weeks be out with additional funding opportunities. The focus is coming out of COVID and transitioning folks from Roomkey to housing. The other thing that the state's really telling us, quite honestly, is they really would rather us not spend this money on eviction, because there is significantly more money coming to deal with the eviction issue. And they don't want us to spend all this on that, and then the eviction money comes and we can't use it on acquisitions of properties. So that's kind of why we're not going down that road. They've assured us there's plenty coming on evictions.
All right, thank you very much. Any further questions? All right. Don, I really want to express my appreciation for you sticking around for us this evening to answer our questions.
You bet.
I know that it was a long haul today, and so thank you very much.
You bet. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Have a good vacation.
Yes. Enjoy. If we could go ahead and get a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendations.
I'll second it.
All right. Roll call, please, Ms. O'Connell.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember No,
Aye.
Councilmember Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Taylor,
Aye.
Mayor Thomas.
Aye. All right. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Pierre, for your notes on that. I know well, just going through these applications and that process is just a whole nother art in itself, getting those done. So thank you for.
Well, thank you, council. We'll be back in 2 weeks with the
Okay.
MOU.
Okay. Thank you. And now moving on to item 12.3. Authorize the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute a purchase and sale agreement with El Dorado County for the purchase of 525 Main Street and to execute any other related documents. And I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Morris. Yes, Jackie.
I need to recuse myself from this item.
All right. Thank you very much.
Me too.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. And then there were 3. All right, Dave, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor and
Oh,
Council.
wait, just,
Yep.
There's, in terms of recusal, I think they're supposed to say why they're recusing themselves. Mr. Driscoll, I think we've mentioned it before, but
That's
we can
correct.
mention it again.
We did mention it before, and Councilmember Zaragoza is recusing himself because, oh, I see he's back on.
Oh, yeah, my wife is joining the boards of Arts and Culture El Dorado, so I'm gonna recuse myself.
All right.
And I'm working on a project with the Arts Council.
All right. Thank you very much. Just for clarity and making sure we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. So thank you. All right, Cleve, it's all you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I know we're at a late hour. I'm going to try to go through this as quickly as I can. I'm not going to go into a lot of the background because I think we've been through that before. As mentioned, this is to approve a purchase and sale agreement for the purchase of 525 Main Street from El Dorado County. I want to emphasize in the purpose on my staff report, there's a typo. It says 515. I want to assure everybody this is only about 525, not about 515 Main Street. As you know, 515 is the historic post office building, and 525 is known as the annex, formerly the phone company building. Over the past 2 years, there's been a lot of discussion about this. It was once and still was part of the city and the Arts Council's plan to develop this into a cultural district that would provide activities for arts and culture in our downtown. Going back and forth, the county awarded both buildings to another group. And then through discussions over the last 2 to 3 months, things changed, continued to have more discussion. And in the end of their last meeting, the Board of Supervisors recommended that 515 Main Street, the historic post office, be sold to the other group known as El Dorado Gold 1848, and that 525 Main Street be sold to the city of Placerville. We do have plans and an agreement from Arts and Culture El Dorado to pay for the cost of purchasing these buildings, or this building. And so that letter is attached to the staff report giving their commitment. At this time, what you have been provided in your agenda is the draft agreement. There are a couple of details that were not completely negotiated out at the time that agreement was brought to you because El Dorado County had requested that it be brought before them, be brought back to them in a final form for the 20th. So we've been negotiating that as recently as today to get the final form of that agreement. There are not a lot of issues to go through there. We did come up with the date of May 12th as a potential closing date. I've talked to the county about that, which means that's when we will have to have the funding, final funding put up to purchase the building. A couple of other things that you'll see are in there, the seller's documents within 5 days of opening of escrow. The county's supposed to provide us any documents such as drawings, et cetera, that they may have. We believe we probably have most of that already. I know they've given me some studies and et cetera, things they have, but I have their commitment that they can get that to us probably before we even open escrow. Contingency, we did ask for a 10-day contingency. Not that it's a big issue, but I want to take our building official through the building just so we know exactly what is there. I think I've walked the building probably maybe a half a dozen times at least. So I think we know pretty much what we're getting, what we're have to expect. I think that is all the things that are shown as blanks in your in the agreement that was provided with your staff report. Mentioned again, the cost of the building is $25,000. We're estimating up to $5,000. I think John has told me we think maybe probably less than that, but up to $5,000 for closing costs. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those. Again, the motion is to approve allowing the city manager and city attorney to negotiate the final details of the agreement. What I've explained to you tonight, I believe, answers those final details. So I don't know that there's any more, but just in case in the next couple of days, if anything came up between us and the county, we would have the authority to finalize those specific details of the agreement. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor, for any questions. Mr. Driscoll has helped me a lot with this also. So if you have any questions for him, he's here to help answer them.
All right, thank you very much. The hands are going up. Yes, Vice Mayor Taylor.
You, Mayor and Cleve, quick question. Was the group 1848 brought in on this process, and are they amenable to this arrangement?
I believe that they are. I haven't spoken to them directly. The county has, however, and I did get a message from one of their representatives, Chris Payne, and it appears that they are in agreement with moving forward in this manner.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Patty.
No, I don't have any questions. One thing I guess, well, maybe I do. Cleve, I know that you really you sat down with both, then you really tried to work things out. We keep getting these emails about, again, relating to the history, but the arts department. So would you explain that the two entities are planning to work together and address all the things that we've been talking about and what the citizens want, what they're expecting of those buildings? Could you just kind of give us a little thumbnail?
Well, we would like to think that going forward, we'll work together with Eldorado Gold 1848. We know who they are. We've spoken to them. I've had a few conversations with them, and they've been good conversations. We know Arts and Culture Eldorado has told us what they want to do with the annex building with 525 Main Street. We don't see that changing, but given the fact that they are not going to be programming 515 Main Street, there may be some changes that they may want to propose to that, but we have not specifically gone into details of what those may be. In terms of preserving history, we're happy to look at those buildings and see what there may be in the annex. I'm not a historian. However, I haven't heard people talk a lot about any history that might be involved with the small annex building. More discussion with the historic post office building, but we are open to listening. And if there are things that we should be aware of and in trying to refurbish those buildings, we are open to listening and looking at that. So.
Well, it just makes sense that if the two entities would work together, it would just present a much better project, I think, and achieving what they're both saying that they want. So
sure.
I was just.
And we're open to that if the opportunity is there. Absolutely.
All right. So I have one question. The parking that is along it's a very narrow area going back to the back of the building. And the parking, I'm actually looking on Google Earth on my other screen here. And we got a notice or an email from the neighboring business that said that that is their property, and that they indicated they're willing to work with us to allow us to have access. Do we have an easement, or do we know what that looks like?
I don't believe there's an easement. That's one thing I want to research with the county and see what they had arranged there. It's my understanding, and I saw that notice also that they do own that property. It's my understanding that, however, they stated that they're open to us being able to use that as a driveway to get to the back of the building, where and there's not much back there. Maybe 2 or 3 spaces is all there would be able to park back there. So it doesn't add a lot. So
right. And is there any? Well, we don't need to go too deep further, I guess. All right. Any further questions? All right. Seeing none, I'd like to open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for item 12.3. This is regarding the purchase of 525 Main Street from the county. We'll start with Brian. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, City Council. It's been a long night. I have a question, and that is, I think it's a great idea that both the Arts Council and 1848 are going to work on this compromise. I think that's really valuable. I think my biggest concern here is that 1848 is doing the sale directly into, they're going to directly be the owners of that building. And I think it would be more beneficial if the Arts Council became the direct owners of the other building. And it's mostly because of my concern that if it goes into the hands of the city, and then I don't understand if the purchase is going to then go to the Arts Council, then who is responsible for the renovations that have to take place on the roof, the deteriorating roof, the walls, and then the interior? Would that be on the shoulders of the taxpayers of the city of Placerville? Would that be on the shoulders of, the Arts Council getting a potential grant? So are we waiting until we know for a fact that the Arts Council has the finances already allocated from a grant that they don't have yet, or is that just wishful thinking? So I'm just wondering about the timeline. Whereas 1848, this group made up of, I understand that it's a newer group, but it is made up of individuals that are, been part of this community for a very long time. So I don't see them going anywhere. But I just am confused about why it's necessary for the transfer of title documents to go from the county to the city on this compromise, where it could easily just go from the county directly into the Arts Council, just like it's going from the county directly into 1848. And so if you could clear that up, why that is happening, and also who is responsible for the renovations if it does go through city hands, and then if the city is just leasing it to the Arts Council, then are the taxpayers responsible for those renovations when it comes to allocating funds? Thanks.
Thank you, Brian.
Kathy Lishman, go ahead.
I appreciate Brian's comments, and I think that it probably depends on how the arrangement between arts and culture and the city is written up, or the lease agreement. I'm in favor of the building staying in the ownership of the city, and I'm sure the city is able to figure that out. The one question I have, which has nothing to do with 515, it has to do with 525, and it has to do with the monument garden and the monument that we have on that site that Community Pride and the city and the community helped build there. I'm not sure who owns, they were talking about the easement for the driveway and the parking. I'm curious for the city to find out who owns the lot next to 525. And at one time, I thought that the county was letting us build the monument on part of their properties. So I have a concern about that. Thank you.
Kathy, for clarity, I think you're talking about 515, which is at the corner by the big cedar tree. And that would be the one that 1848 will be acquiring. All right, thank you, Kathy.
Sue Rodman, go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening, Sue.
I have questions similar to Kathy's, is that who will be responsible then for the monument garden if that whole property is going to go to El Dorado 1848? Will they be responsible then for the monument garden, or will the city and the people who have worked on it all this time still be responsible? And for 525, who fixes the roof? If you go through with this agreement, then is the city responsible then for getting that roof fixed? Because my understanding is the roof is in very bad shape and needs to be done immediately, if not sooner. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Mandy Rodriguez, go ahead.
Yeah, I know that during one of Dennis's the mayor's emergency meetings, he said he was 851 feet from this building. And according to 18702.2, it says it involves property located more than 500 feet but less than 1,000 feet from the property line. So I believe there is a conflict of interest. So I think that the mayor needs to recuse himself until he can make sure, because according to what I've looked at, I believe that he is, 851 is less than 1,000 feet. So, and that's the California government code. And also I'd like to know when the decision was vetted with the town for the city to turn these 5 buildings into a cultural district. This was never brought to my attention, and nobody seems to know anything about it, and it's going to drastically change our downtown. So yeah, once again, I think the mayor needs to recuse himself. Thanks.
Thank you, Mandy.
Caller 857, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Michael.
Hey, so I'm looking at the 4/5 vote that the city is stating the county has to take, and to me that says this is kind of like a change in agenda. Anyway, so I have a lot of questions on this. I'm not really for it because the city is looking to buy a property that needs a lot of repairs. So you're looking at a $25,000 purchase, $5,000 fees, and who knows, $100,000, $500,000 in taxpayer repairs if it's a city-owned property. And the other thing too, if the city buys the property and they are the landlord, you can't just turn around and give it to somebody. You would have to put it out to an RFP, request for proposal, to be fair to everyone. And I'm starting to get tired of this whole Arts Council giveaway by the city. They already have Old City Hall, ketchup and mustard, and you wanted to get and give them 525 and 515. This is insane. This is a group that can't fix a broken doorknob. They haven't shown any ability to restore historic building. And I'm starting to get furious that you guys are trying to buy and give away city property to a group of people that don't know what they're doing. That's my opinion. So anyway, I disagree with this purchase maneuver. Let it go. Let the 1848 group buy it. If they can't handle it and want to spin off and sell the smaller annex, back to the city or to the Arts Council. Let that happen in the future. But I've kind of had it with the city and the Arts Council giveaway. Thank you.
Michael?
Ashley Bertram, go ahead.
Hi there. I just wanted to voice that I too am concerned with giving it to the arts and culture when there's so much work that needs to be done on that building. The 1848 Eldorado Gold 1848 on their board panel there, they have a lot of people that are very educated and well-versed on what needs to be done with the old buildings downtown, right? They are capable of taking care of that and have shown that they can take care of that. So why this is being sold to the city, who will most likely have to be held responsible for the repairs for that building, because the art culture club isn't going to be able to do that, is a big concern. It's also a big concern to me that our historic Main Street is proposing arts and culture district on our historic Main Street. That to me just seems really strange because it's historic Main Street. There are so many other buildings right down Broadway here in Placerville that are empty that could be used for the arts and culture. I don't know why it was pulled out from 1848. It doesn't make much sense to me. And it is a very big concern financially for our city and tax-wise. So I would hope that you guys would really reconsider that instead of having emergency meetings on changing the culture of our Main Street and taking it from a club that is able to take care of that building. I really hope that you guys look a little more into this. I think it's a really big mistake.
Thank you, Ashley. All right. All right. Go ahead.
Kirk Smith, go ahead.
I don't know who it was that said that truth is the first casualty of war, but might have been bruised somewhere along the line in this discussion when you had it before the city council last on your emergency basis and before the board of supervisors. One assertion was made that this group has not been around as long as the Arts Council. If you look at the profile of each of the principals, it exceeds the duration of time anyone with the Arts Council has been present in town. When you talk about productivity and what they've been able to accomplish, it's long. Chris Payne, for example, was with the county, worked on projects like the courthouse, and before that, the animal shelter and other large multi-million-dollar projects. So his professional training and experience would be substantial. I know that Sue Taylor often appears like a irritant and, kind of like the spur in the side, but what they did, her family, for the Herrick building is amazing. It's no fund from the public, and it was all done privately. And this is a building that everybody said could not be restored, and now it's there. And so most of you may not remember, but the post office is there on the second floor of the Herrick building. So their track record for being able to do things is amazing. The restoration of those two buildings is far exceeds whatever's been done in this town or any other part of the Mother Lode in terms of the care that was taken. And as far as them, what their plans being some kind of secret, Cleve, among others, participated in the process. He, participated. The Board of Supervisors spoke at one point. So the plans that they have were explained when they were here before you on the matter of the Mustard and Ketchup buildings. All of those were detailed. If somebody wanted to work with them I don't know if did anybody from the Arts Council work with them on what to do about mustard and ketchup to be a cooperative effort in that regard? I don't know. I'd be anxious to find out. So, reach out to them. Looks like they've been very interested in working with the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. All right. Seeing no further public comment, I'll go ahead and close public comment at this time and bring it back to the council for discussion and further action. John, do you have any comments regarding that one concern?
The speaker who raised the issue that you should recuse yourself, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah. We have looked into that, and you do not have to recuse yourself. The section that the speaker was referring to is one where the individual owns the real property. And it's my understanding you do not own the real property where the store is. You are a renter, and it's a month-to-month lease, so it's not even a long-term lease. So that section would not apply to you, and you would not have to recuse yourself based upon that section.
All right. Thank you very much, John. And do you have a few responses there, Cleve?
Sure.
Okay.
First of all, I'd like to state that, we are anxiously working with Arts and Culture El Dorado to finalize our MOU. The same as what we have for the historic City Hall buildings would be the same to refurbish and restore this building. The cost and responsibility for that will be borne by Arts and Culture El Dorado. We want to work closely with them. By us maintaining control of the buildings or ownership of the buildings, we make sure that it's done in the way that we feel is appropriate. We have no idea how the other buildings will be restored. The 515 will be restored. That will be up to El Dorado Gold 1848. We know them. We know who they are. They do have a lot of history in the city, and they have knowledge of historic buildings. So I believe that they will do their best. But as was stated by the last speaker about me being involved and knowing what they want to do with the buildings, I do kind of know what they want to do with the buildings, not completely. But that only happened about a week ago when it was revealed to me what they want to do with the building. So we haven't known for a long period of time. Regardless, we want to continue with our plan to create this cultural district. I don't think there's a conflict between an arts and culture district and a historic district downtown. I think they can easily work together and complement each other in terms of historic shows that could come to the galleries and et cetera downtown to emphasize and highlight our historic past. And so I think there is a real synergy that can happen between the two groups if both will allow it to. And I think that we can be a part of that to make sure that they are allowed to. It was mentioned, when was this ever vetted with the public? The Arts and Cultural District, I think I mentioned the last time we met properly in the special meeting, no less than 3 or 4 meetings, public meetings where this Arts and Cultural District has been explained to in a public meeting. The Blue Ribbon Committee, our Economic Advisory Committee, and the City Council in a meeting heard the provisions of what the arts and culture or the cultural district would be made up of in the downtown. And you're right, it did include all 5 buildings. We don't know what's going to happen to the courthouse. That one is still a real mystery in terms of what the state is going to do or is ever going to do in terms of building a new courthouse. We'll deal with that when the time comes. But I think it was vetted with the public to determine and see what the proposal was for these buildings. The Blue Ribbon Committee was in favor of it. The Economic Advisory Committee was in favor of it. And at the public meeting where the City Council heard it, they were in favor of it also. So with that, the costs, including the roof and the renovation, et cetera, will be borne by Arts and Culture El Dorado. We will do our best to make sure that all that cost is covered by them. And then going forward, there is a plan to be able to have funds available to maintain those buildings and keep them up going forward. So I think that answered most of the questions that were provided out there. If there's any more, I'll be happy to try and answer those.
The park, the memorial.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I did have yeah, that lot is actually, it's my understanding, and I've asked this a couple of times, that parcel where the memorial park is actually owned by the city, not by the county, is my understanding. And therefore, there should be no conflict there with who controls that.
All right. Thank you, Cleve. Any further questions? I do believe that there was a lot of discussion early on, and I'm talking about early on Blue Ribbon Committee, as well as some of the work that the arts and culture did in terms of surveying our community and determining what was the preferred uses of these buildings. And I think some of the things that arts and culture are looking into and proposing for that building were among some of the more favorable things that have come to that. Now, museums were on the list as well, so and that type of thing, and I'm sure they'll do a great job with that as well. I think it's a great opportunity for both of these organizations to flourish and highlight the things that they believe in and they support and that they love. And it's a great time for there are some concessions made. There were they're working together. Well, I wouldn't say they're working together, but I would say they're at least moving in a direction that is a compromise, and I think it's a good thing for our community. Yes, Pat.
I just wanted to say too, I just honestly, I don't understand why anyone would object to having a cultural segment in the downtown. I don't really think that just because it's a historical town that we need to put, museums up and down Main Street. And another thing too, that a lot of folks have really wished for is that where the old Empire Theater used to be, that could be opened again as a theater, to have something like that downtown. And we've got all our restaurants that are down there and they do a great job, but I would think that they would also welcome having the arts and cultural building, and maybe having plays and who knows what kind of entertainment that would bring people down there. They could make a night of it, instead of having to go elsewhere to have that kind of situation. So I just, like I say, I just think it's a good fit to have both. Yep. And I'd like to make a motion.
Let's do it.
I would like to authorize the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute a purchase and sale agreement with El Dorado County for the purchase of 525 Main Street and to execute any other related documents.
Thank you. And can we get a second? All right. Can we get a roll call, please? Ms. O'Connell.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Councilmember No and Councilmember Saragosa have recused themselves. Vice Mayor Taylor?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye. All right. With that item concluded, I would like to invite back Councilmember No and Saragosa to adjourn the meeting. Actually, we got one more item here to discuss, and that is a request for future agenda items. Is there any request for any future agenda items? Yes, Councilmember Saragosa, who is muted. There you go.
Yeah, and we brought it up earlier, but I just wanted to remind, I think Cleve brought it up, to have Mark Acuna come back and just to give us an update on sort of PG&E and that whole portion. I think it's going to be very, I think it'll be very beneficial to the public to know.
Good and bad. And that was on my notes as well, so I concur. Can we get a thumbs up on that item? We got a thumbs up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 thumbs up. So we're good there. And then any further requests for future agenda items? All right, seeing none, looks like we are done. And we can move we'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 11:15. Thanks, everybody, for sticking around and watching our meeting the rest of the way. It usually doesn't happen that way. We usually have only 1 or 2 people here. So yes, so thank you, everybody, for their comments and everybody for just the meaningful conversations we had this evening. And I look forward to getting some rest now. So have a good evening and so long. Thank you.
Good night, Scouts.